Recording in progress.
All right, well, good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us for our regular dinner with the Town Council and our Open Space Advisory Committee. Why don't we go around the table and introduce ourselves to the extent that any faces. I'm Mark Laces, I'm the mayor.
Todd Gleason.
Amber, no,
Go ahead.
Amber Greaves.
Leslie Clark, staff.
Parium, Ranger.
Rita Tresner, OSAC. Joanne Maneri, OSAC.
Neil Shaw, Town Council.
Stephanie Miller, Town Council.
Jason Sabu, Pro Tem.
Heather Craycraft, Town Council.
And Mike Foster, Town Council. Gordon Sims, OSAC.
Thanks for taking the time to join us. Who's running the show tonight?
Actually official.
I find myself as chair.
All right.
It pretty much sums up how that happened.
Sometimes happens to
It does happen, yes.
We have a handout to kind of walk us through what we wanted to make sure we cover with you tonight.
Sir?
It's been a busy year. I think we're all enjoying being engaged in open space matters. For some of us, that means land management. For some of us, it's wildlife. For others, it's some of the public-facing programming. But we're all pretty engaged in things. We listed just 5 topics so that we made sure we would try and get through them. They're listed 1 through 5. They're not in any prioritized order, although the budget summary at the bottom is a prioritized order, just so you know. Amber, you ought to open
I sure will.
this conversation on
You bet.
Harney and Stoka property.
Yes, so I'll tackle item number 1 and make this pretty quick. So this really came up out of the development proposal that came up from Zaharias. So it kind of highlighted an issue that we needed to address specifically with the Harney-Listoka site. As you all know, that was kind of our primary option for potential translocation of prairie dogs should the need arise on that Zaharias site. And we did have several interactions with Garrett companies around that. They did come to one of our OSAC meetings and said that should they move forward, should the proposal move forward way down the line, they were going to make a commitment to prairie dog relocation. And so in that conversation, in our prairie dog playbook, there was either the option of Harney-Listoka within the town of Superior or that option of relocating prairie dogs to the Pueblo, formerly known as the Pueblo Chemical Depot. OSAC doesn't even know this, but as of last week, I got notification that that is not an option this year. So that is not an option. Translocation to Rocky Flats is not an option. Our only option is here in Superior at this point. So we don't know where that development proposal is, but it did bring up in conversation with Garrett companies, they were asking, so what's the status of that site? Are we, would that be good to go? Have you solidified that with Boulder County? And I know staff has had kind of some back and forth conversation, but the issue is Boulder County staff turns over. And so it's kind of a revisited conversation every time. And it's almost new every time, I think. So it brought up the issue of maybe it would be best to have an MOU in place. So should the need arise in the future, there is an understanding with the town and Boulder County. The town of Superior owns it. And then there's this easement with Boulder County. We thought it might be good to have something in place. So if that need arises in the future, we're not scrambling for staff to have that conversation at that point, potentially having it from scratch, depending on who's in Boulder County. So again, this would be looking at the south side of that Harney-Listoka site. About 11 acres is what staff last kind of gleaned from the county that they would be amenable to. It's about 11 acres on that south side where we just were grazing goats. The goats have been over there, I think, on that side a couple times. So again, for OSAC, the continued priority is, and it's outlined in our playbook and in the HHR habitat preservation document, is that if there needs to be relocation, we prefer it in Superior due to that essential role of prairie dogs in healthy grassland ecosystems, but also because of the fire breaks that they provide. And given that the goat grazing has been going on over there, prairie dogs would be a great long-term option to keep that grazing going. So we wanted to just check in tonight and see if the council would be open to staff potentially initiating discussions with Boulder County on the possibility of an MOU. So there is this conservation easement, but the MOU would specify a little bit more, hey, we might have this intention in the future. Are you good with that? Again, if in the future, if there was translocation, there would have to be permit going through and all of that too. So there would have to be further discussion with Boulder County at that point, just as that permitting process would go through, but this would be just an initial step. So just wanted to gauge whether the council would be open to staff reaching out and working on that potentially. And I would guess it could be a pretty short MOU, but
How many prairie dogs could get relocated to 11 acres?
usually the rule of thumb is about you want at least half the size of the site that you would be gathering them from. So in the case of Zaharias, that's about 23 acres. So it's about right. But that 11 acres was kind of a rough estimate based on the staff member they talked to at that time.
Just trying to get a general sense of,
Yeah.
could we relocate all of them, or would it just be some subset based on?
Yeah, I
population
think we could
densities
get all
and-
of them, but again, that would be, more specifics at that time if we were to have, if a developer were to engage with a relocator, they would do all the borough counts and everything, so, yeah.
Is this something that the developer would pay for
Yes.
as a condition of the development
Yeah.
application?
It is, but the work we've done with the Prairie Dog Playbook is just to have it all laid out for them, like, here's the sites that are available, here are the options, here are some vetted relocators. We basically prepped it all, just said, here, it's all prepped, you don't have to deal with all of that, you just have to pay for it. So, we were encouraged by the fact that potential developer was asking about it and making commitments to it ahead of time, and liked having it all laid out, I think, so.
Okay. And there's already a prairie dog colony in the open space?
Yes,
Not on the Harney Listoka, but kind of like the Mayoffer Trail going
Yep.
up the hill.
yeah, and Boulder County has been doing work to reintroduce the black-footed ferret, so they have introduced prairie dogs back in there further, so I think it would be contiguous with the work that they're doing. And there's nothing in the actual easement right now that prohibits it. It would just kind of solidify discussions that have already occurred, so.
And no concerns, or are there any concerns about the neighborhood kind of across the street?
I think because there's already all of that colony, just across the trailhead, I think people are pretty used to it. But I do think, it would raise questions to have relocation in that area. And I think it'll speak to a later topic too, but to have, a ranger position, someone who can field the phone calls if they come in, I think there would probably have to be a little bit of outside contracting if colony management needed to happen, because obviously our staff is not ready to go out and directly deal with burrows if something were to come up. But I think having the staffing to field phone calls would be helpful. And then having the fencing, obviously, to keep them back on that side of McCaslin too.
Do you know, this isn't specifically relevant, but with the Red Tail Ridge development in Louisville, what was or is Louisville's management of those? Are they being, no? Okay.
I got very involved just on a personal level, going to some of those initial meetings and urging them and saying, there's these options, please pursue. And that went through. I never heard of any contingencies or any ask. So as far as I know, they're either getting plowed under or some might have been gassed. I don't know.
The reason I ask is, there's only so many places for the prairie dogs to get
Right.
relocated.
Right.
Are we potentially competing with another community?
Oh yeah, we're not for this one.
Okay.
This is ours. Yeah, and I feel like we're really fortunate that way because a lot of entities, we're competing for all the other places like Pueblo, and if Rocky Flats were open to anybody outside of Jefferson County, we'd be competing for that. But to have our own site where we have the potential to do it and where it fits is very unique, and I think positions us very well, whereas a lot of towns, they don't carve out that space, or, you know, have the desire to, so. It positions us well, and it's the right size, and it's the right fit if we need to, so.
I guess the only question is
Yeah.
like, why would we not do this?
I don't know.
All these questions.
Yeah. Does that feel like
Yeah,
an
let's
okay
move
thing
forward with
for
that
staff to
MOU.
look at that?
Get that kind of squared away so we can pivot. I mean, I've heard those kind of horror stories of communities that have tried to relocate it only to find out that the developers, whoops, you know, like we went ahead and gassed all the prairie dogs before the relocation happened. So let's just make sure that everything is, you know, working collaboratively with the developer to make sure that, you know, this isn't for or not.
Yeah, this developer said all the right things
Good.
in their public meetings, at least so far.
Well, then there's no excuses.
And I do appreciate that we put the prairie dog management plan together, because when we did the 88th Street project in 2020, we just gassed them because we didn't have an active plan.
Yeah.
So this being on top of this, the developer is in town, you know, whatever development happens, we can find a way to think about the prairie dogs in advance.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. Rita, you want to talk budget?
Happy to talk numbers. As Todd explained earlier, the draft budget recommendations that are at the bottom do that quick at a glance of our 4 big asks. The first one is an additional full-time staff resource for open space land management. As all of you are more familiar than even us, the demands for worked management of open space post-Marshall Fire had a pretty significant impact on this community, and staff has been doing all kinds of things to try and help address that. But one of the things that we haven't really been able to do as much successfully is actually having more staff resources handling and thinking about all of the land management that goes on in the open space, because it's just a question of limited resources. Pari's trying to do the education piece. He's trying to do the outreach pieces to the community, but, you know, it's just her and her 10 little digits. So what we're asking for is another set of hands to help her so that she can make progress on that and a number of other, and she could elaborate on things that she's had to turn down because she just doesn't have the resource. So that's our first and biggest ask, because it's an ongoing thing, and you guys are all familiar with that. You've asked this before. The next 2 are trail issues. One is the Miners Trail Design Survey. We're asking for design dollars for 2027. And this is the Industrial Mines Trail, you know, the one that the Historical Commission is also asking for money to do the signage. Their ask is for 2028. We're asking for design money for 2027 so that the construction can happen in 2028. And then we're asking for construction dollars in 2028. The Historical Commission is asking for signage dollars for 2028 during the construction year. And then the next trail ask that we have is a feasibility study for Trail F. And there are little pictures of both of the trails. The Industrial Mine Trail is the one on the left with the yellow in the loop. The Trail F is, as I think of it, as a way to try to get the town via bike, via walking or running, for those people that do that, but having a trail connection to get you to Coyote Ridge, where there isn't one now. I mean, you have to go on streets a lot. So this is just one little piece of the puzzle to try to make that fall all together. And the last budget recommendation that we have is implementing the open space management plan recommendations at Coyote Ridge and other locations. And the ask is an increase of $25,000 from the current level. And then, as you can see, we're showing then an increase of 5,000 every year thereafter. And to be clear, this is in the capital budget, not the open space budget, which is, under GASB is where you put capital dollars. So are there any questions on these?
I got a quick question on the Trail F. I mean, I feel like we've been talking about this one for a long time. And there's like a massive, because of the valley, I don't know how to describe the big valley, the incremental cost, the study is, 15 grand, not significant, relatively insignificant, but the cost for this trail was like massive because of that gully. I feel like when we did the McCaslin overlay, like the Millen overlay a couple of years ago, we looked at it, and Alex, you probably know this, Matt, but Alex, our old public works director, kind of just threw out a number that was god awfully high because there's just no easy way from an ADA perspective to get a trail like over that gully. Like you'd be going down to in the back. Because I wanted this for like years, right? Like it's a need, but there wasn't an easy way to do it. But maybe there is like with a bridge or something.
I think there are two options would be to loop the trail down into that valley.
Yeah.
Maybe cross a wet crossing and then back up to the road. That would be one option. A bridge would be another, but you're right, there is that one little section.
Yep.
Right, it's made it basically like I don't know how to solve this, so let's not solve it.
And that's why we're asking for
Sure, no, that's fair. We might as well get the
professional
number.
help to try and nail that one down, because I think we went through all our trail proposals last year and ranked them in terms of need and prioritization. This one did well in the review process, in part because it allows us the potential to connect the Rock Creek network with the network that's up in Coyote Ridge, and provides an off-road and continuous trail, actually all the way from Erie to Coyote Ridge and the top up there, if you want to think about it that way. And it would probably be of minor utilization to kids navigating from El Dorado K8, but I think mainly it's a connection, a bike and running connection between the Rock Creek corridor and Coyote Ridge.
So I have an email from Matt in 2021 saying we'd look at it, in terms of getting it pricey, because there's guardrails and culvert engineering work, but it was a huge ask from OSAC and ProStacker Park, going back to 2020. So,
Oh, do you have dollars?
I don't know if I have that, but maybe Matt. Yeah. Well, and even if we had $20, it would.
That escaped
Yeah.
that escaped our archive search, so we'd appreciate a copy of
If
that.
I don't know that
if
it
you've
got
got
quoted, but at least I think that the initial thought was it's expensive, and then maybe we just got scared of our own shadow on that one. Yeah, I knew it was going to be expensive. I didn't want to see the number.
The other trail, the industrial mine trail, is kind of to address what is probably the most or one of the most significant historical areas in town, although that's technically Boulder County. Most of it is Boulder County. Historic Commission has been interested in it. Probably most of us or all of us have gone on their historic tour walk through that area, and I think the pattern that they do their walk is pretty much what this is proposed. It's relatively flat. There's some prairie dog activity out there. And I think we're talking about a couple-year collaboration with Historic Commission to try and get that done, before that area erodes and makes it a viable asset for town, given its historical value. It doesn't represent any major engineering challenges that I can think of. Probably the biggest challenge is getting formal Boulder County buy-in, which I guess we'll try and address next year.
Yeah, but Leslie has spoken with them informally, and
They've been very positive about the idea and the fact that it is probably 90% on county open space. We would have to have some kind of management agreement. If we put the trail in, they would like us to manage it.
Surprise.
Yeah, something new and different.
Well, we had dinner with the historical commission a couple of weeks ago, and seemed like everybody was supportive of the industrial mine trail, the signage for it, moving forward with that. So I think, let's do what we need to do in terms of working with Boulder County to formalize that. But just from my perspective, others can jump in. But it sounded like there was consensus for us to move forward on that. That thought it was going to happen kind of like years ago, that we were kind of moving towards it already. So it's good that we're moving towards it now. So I say let's make it happen. On the other budget items, the full-time ranger, I'd like to understand when we go through the budget process. We always have a staff recommendation as to like what our staffing needs are going to be, and who we're hiring in 2027, and who we're hiring in 2028, and 2029, and 2030. And Matt's got a whole plan as to what the town staff's going to look like. So I would just want to understand how that looks from a holistic perspective, because obviously every full-time employee that we bring on is a multi-year, is a forever potentially budget item, and it impacts the budget on a going forward basis. But I'm not opposed to it, but I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful and considerate of kind of the general planning needs of staff.
And we do understand that, and we know that you guys have to look at a lot more than our little narrow focus.
Yeah.
But we just want to try to advocate for our.
Oh, and I totally get that, and I appreciate that. And if money were no object, I'd say
But
like
it is.
100% let's do it, but it always is. And we as a council, I think, recognize that we already we're asking so much of our staff across the board. And our staff would really benefit from a lot of additional help in all of the different departments, given what they're already asked to do. And that's just a challenge for all of us going forward. On the feasibility study on Trail F, I think it makes sense for us to dig up what information we have and kind of understand. I'm not opposed to it, but I'd like to kind of understand what we've done in the past, and if that answers certain questions and then it turns out to not be feasible then maybe we don't allocate the money for it and move forward. But we do have a great new open space with the Coyote Ridge, and having connectivity to our existing trail network makes all the sense in the world, and we want to make sure that people can utilize the open space that we have. We've got a master plan for all the open space up there, so having this tie into it makes sense.
I think that open space has somewhat, at least to us, kind of driven home the need for a second ranger position to supplement our one-person open space department. And our party is, to use my words, dancing as fast as you can to try and address what I would call kind of the more public-facing parts of open space, the developing programming, staging events, riding herd on all of our subcommittees that have over 100 volunteers now. And, those activities, liaisoning to us, obligates her to multiple meetings a month. And the addition of what Coyote Ridge has shown us is that we need to balance that part of an open space department with an individual that I guess I would say has more traditional ranger responsibilities, habitat conservation, trails, trail development, trail maintenance, patrolling. We've got a minor recurring vandalism problem up in Coyote Ridge, but we're really powerless to address it. There's the continuing social trail development out there that's, in the long term, probably not good for that area. Last year, you did grant us a seasonal ranger, which will be helpful for us. Lafayette and Louisville make good use of seasonal rangers, but if you scale their open space departments to their acreage and their populations, it would project that Superior should have an open space group of 2 or 3 people, plus the seasonal individuals. And we may use a seasonal individual. The shortage of a seasonal person that I see, a good example is we'll bring somebody on this year. They may help us supervise the youth corps that we'll bring on for the summer. But that person isn't around in the winter and in the shoulder seasons to plan for what we do with the youth corps. And so PARI has to plan, what are we going to do with the youth? Apply for the grant, organize it, help with the interviewing, and also decide how do we use a youth corps so that the seasonal person actually is one more supervisory burden on our one ranger in that current model. And why I don't want to say it's not useful or we don't appreciate it. The existing models in our nearby towns, just kind of common sense suggests that that's not a good long-term solution for the town. Particularly given the resource that the Coyote Ridge property represents.
Yeah, if I could add a comment. We have an open space tax, and from my
Yes.
feeling, there's extra money in there. Like, we could work on trying to retire the bonds early, which is always beneficial, but then it frees up additional cash for operating and capital expenditure. And I'm looking at the forecast for 2030, and the fund has a $1.2 million balance, which to me, this is exactly what it's designed to be spent on. So as long as we're sort of maintaining the right reserves, I'm in full support for using those dollars to sort of preserve the open space that we have.
Are we allowed to use open space tax dollars for personnel?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
now.
Oh, okay.
No, that's exactly my point, right? Like if
I
it's
didn't know
only
if it was
by,
just a capital.
yeah, no, it's, we use it for everything, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
For Trail F, as part of our consideration for whether we fund that in 2027, I'd like us to include if it does get approved in the scope of work, that the design team consultant look at GOCO funding, because if this is going to be a pretty expensive trail, which it sounds like it might be, perhaps there's some outside dollars that could help offset some of that.
So we
Not that we're going to be high on the list for Dr. Cog, but if mobility or
Any state
connections, any and all state funds that are available to help the town cover this capital expense, I'd like us to explore that.
we submitted a grant. I shouldn't say we.
Staff.
The staff submitted a grant on our behalf to fund some trail planning and work up in Coyote Ridge. Essentially give us some advice on what should we be doing first up there, what should we be repairing first, and so on. And the feedback we got when that grant was deemed unsuccessful was that we couldn't tell people we couldn't tell the granting agency how many people use those trails. And so we've used a little money this year to start putting trail counters out there. And I'm not sure they're in the ground yet, but we've walked it, 3 trail counters out there. And part of the money that Rita is mentioning here for increased funding for some of the Coyote Ridge issues is to resolve that problem so that we're a little more competitive for grant proposals in the future.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. So we want to definitely position ourselves to take advantage of the grants that are out there. If that means getting additional data, then that's good. It's good that we're doing it.
And I don't know to what extent it's kosher, we want to go there, but the top part of Coyote Ridge is in Jefferson County. And it may be that they may be a partner on some of that trail development, if that's deemed a path the town wants to go down.
I think we'd have better luck relocating prairie dogs to Rocky Mountain.
Well, thank you for that reality. There are folks that live in those apartments on the other side of 128, make heavy use of the top part of Coyote Ridge. You look at the trail wear from the entry points there, and it's clear.
Well, you don't get what you don't ask for. So, I
Yes.
mean, I joke, but, a little serious, but I don't have a problem with asking.
And that did contribute towards the purchase of Coyote Ridge, so,
Yeah.
it would seem.
We could trade them an additional decibel or something on airport noise or.
That's Broomfield.
I do want to tack on to like staff. I just want to, advocate for myself because this is my 3rd year. Tom was here for 2 years, so this is the 5th year of running things solo in open space. And there are definitely challenging seasons more than others, especially the summer. So like when event season starts, May until August or so, there's a lot of programs that are happening. Youth Corps is in, and it's just a lot of things are moving. So it's sometimes hard for me to keep track, and just there's so much juggling that goes on. We'll see how my dance goes when the seasonal ranger comes on. Kind of have to switch the routine up a bit, train them for a couple weeks to kind of get them into the groove of things. There's a lot to learn, but also I don't want to burn them out because I have been burned out after the first year, honestly, and it's just trying to find that balance for me. Because we do get a lot of asks from residents, and our residents, especially in open space, are very involved, and which I really support, and I like their initiative and everything, and they're ready to go. But there's always that side of, can I support this? Can I juggle this? I can't be in 2 places at once. So there's been, some, turn down on like certain projects and scout projects. I've had to turn those down completely because once a project is done, if it's a one and done, staff has to manage it. So that's where you're like, okay, we don't want to just do it and it doesn't last and it just dies. We just want to make sure that it is continuing with that trajectory of growth. So the way I see it with a staff member, I want to see it grow. I want the open space department to grow, not just with me, because inside of PROS, open space, I just work with Leslie. And we just do whatever we can, the best we can. And to have more expertise, hands, and perspectives would be very helpful when it comes to when we research like trail counters, reaching out to other municipalities like City of Boulder, reaching out to BOCO, getting there. A lot of research and things goes on in the background. And then that takes me away from the field work side of things, which is patrol. So there's a lot of dancing, like Todd says. So. But yeah,
It's
just
layered,
put that out there.
It's all layered on top of each other in a single busy season of the year. It's
And not like she isn't busy in the other times, it's
Yeah.
just crazy busy in the summer.
and it'd be nice to have a team that have complementary training and skill sets, I think.
I think collaborating with other people,
Yeah.
open space folks, is really great. A lot of the collaboration I've done is usually with other municipalities, so like Louisville, Lafayette, BOCO, whenever there is something, because I have those connections, I think that's what kind of kept me afloat, because those people they have been very helpful, they've given advice, because we are starting, trail counters is a new thing we've explored, so I'm like, where do we start? So BOCO was very helpful, City of Boulder as well, and they were able to have a meeting with us, gave us helpful information. So we rely on those partnerships and we want to keep those strong, but also we want to make sure we can provide some things that are also in-house first and use the resources we have before we kind of, reach out to other partners. But yeah, I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Can I ask an overall question on funding? So, we've gone through a lot of iterations of what the open space tax is for. Previous OSACs were like, it's only for buying land, right? And only for the acquisition and maintenance of existing land. we're kind of at a point where there's basically two, maybe one parcel available for purchase. However, of, let's say Town 15 or Zaharias, dedicating a piece to open space could potentially, we could use the funds from the open space fund to do that, right? Like if Garrett wanted to deed that to us and sold it to us, or if we wanted to, sort of take Town 15 and bifurcate it with some of it being open space, use the open space funds to repay the purchase. But then that takes away from exactly
Yes.
the resources.
Yes.
So I'd love to hear from OSAC kind of what your thoughts are in terms of trying to bridge, acquisition of land or preservation and spending on the land that we have. It's not a zero-sum game, but it's a time issue because the tax is going to continue to generate. It goes on forever, right? And Boulder just reauthorized their open space tax, and it passed overwhelmingly last year, which surprised me because there's not a lot left to buy, but is what it is. So the voters have spoken, and the fund will continue to grow. But how do you see it sort of manifesting itself over time?
We've talked about that, and I've been on a little longer than Todd. We have talked about that previously for that very reason, that we recognize that it's not always going to be just land acquisition. And Kara had always tried to position us into terms of thinking, okay, well, what does OSAC then go away? Does it, not need to exist any longer? And after having some of the conversations, the consensus was, no, it still needs to exist because now that you've got the open space, it still needs to be managed, and there's still the need for the advisory commission to help in that process. However inexpertly we do it because we're not open space experts, we're just advocates. And the example that you gave of Town 15, I'm not sure that I would see a lot of desirable parts of that for open space, because my guess would be if they would deed back anything to the town, it would likely be, well, it could be one that would be more desirable, but it could be the stuff at the north end of the property that, how would we access it? And what could you do, with the way, I couldn't build there for the same reason it would even be difficult to make it useful open space. Now, if on the other hand, you were talking about them increasing the green space, open space, and I gotta remind myself to not say green space, open space on the south end, between the reservoir and the construction, that could be a very desirable open space. But the last plans that we saw didn't.
There wouldn't have been any human interaction with that.
Right,
segment,
and it
yeah.
didn't even meet the 300, it was only the 100.
Right.
But it did have that vertical wall with the drop-off, which seemed like a compromise.
Right.
So bond refinancing is not my strong suit, but if that represents an avenue to give us a little bit more flexibility on what might otherwise be an either-or situation, do we buy a little piece of Zaharias or do we get a staff person?
Yeah, I was saying, maybe I should have rephrased it.
We don't do bonds for staff.
Yeah, there's, the open space generates enough, open space tax generates enough to pay the bonds on a go-forward basis.
Yeah.
And then there's the extra
Yes.
on top of that. And it's like what should we think about doing with the extra? Holding it for future capital or future land purchases, or deploying it now on, headcount or salaries and, things like that. Because then that, because again, then if we wanted to buy something later, then we'd potentially have a harder time doing it. This is the proverbial question we've had for years. Like,
And
do
I'd
you
say
keep
our
that? Do you keep the
discussions
powder
with
dry
staff.
and just hold on to it for that potential acquisition? Bojack may come up and it's like, well, we really want it, but we don't have any money.
So do we have the
Okay, that'd be
option of
another one.
using
Yeah.
funds as
The
capital
low on the
or operating
priority.
expense? When you look at what's above the bond service, the debt service,
Yeah.
we can split it however you want, capital or recurring expense.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to if you've taken some percentage of that for full-time staff and programming,
Yeah.
and a piece of land comes up
Right.
for acquisition, and there isn't enough money in the bank account,
Mhm.
you may not be able to buy the land.
Right.
Or you got to borrow
Or
from
you
somewhere
have
else
to
in town.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that has been suggested before, something particularly desirable became available, and the cash in the bank account in the open space fund was insufficient to cover it. The town would front the money, and open space would have to pay it back,
Okay. We've done that before.
you know.
I imagine most of us on OSAC have an opinion on your question.
I was assuming as much.
And maybe not all
But
the
I-
same.
I thought as much as well.
But I think we should probably talk about it as a group and perhaps send an answer forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to just see the numbers of that. What would that look like for a full-time salary with, you know, everything included? What would that look like in terms of numbers rotating through that fund?
I don't think we know that. I mean, that's
We don't,
something the
right.
staff
I
is.
can
Right.
help predict
Okay.
that.
Thank you for raising the
Sure, yeah.
subject matter, though, because
Yeah.
it's not something that we've really tossed around recently.
Yeah, I
think
don't
it's,
think we
you know,
have such a.
I think every one of our committees is not, they're all at different stages of their life cycle. And I think OSAC is one of those where, you know, for most of it, you know, since the tax was passed in, I want to say 99, we have bought a lot of land. Like we really have. You know, you look at any map and you know, half of it's open space, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And as we kind of, you know, move into like the next sort of growth phase or maintenance phase for the committee,
Yeah.
what is a charter? What is it that, you know, the committee wants to see and do? And the community as a whole.
And I think that's why we've had the Coyote Ridge Master
Right.
Plan
Yeah.
and the other,
Yeah.
and the one that is working through now to provide that direction. More than, like, people know this stuff more than we do.
I think it's a matter of implementing the management piece. I think that's something that is very new. I don't know if residents are for that or against that on how management looks like, but I see the wildlife expectations of that. And then also just managing trail conditions, you know, just how things get eroded, and then also vandalism. We stumble upon a lot of that, you know, in a historic site, lots of graffiti there, and a lot of it's BOCO, so it's like contacting them to cover that, which they did, which is great. And it's just, those problems arise, dogs off leash, you guys know that. It's ongoing, yeah. So signs, I just feel like can only go so far, and I'm just like, is this sustainable moving forward? And animal control does their part to help me, and I've talked to them, and, you know, moving forward with citations and warnings and things, but in terms of, they run the whole county. So it's more of like, when they're in this region, are they able to do the patrol piece of it? So I don't run into them very often. So it's just more of like, is this sustainable? That's the question that comes to my head in terms of like staff support.
Barry, do you see, you know, additional staff helping more with the enforcement or helping more with the things that you're not able to do right now? Just a little bit of the same question.
I
I'm
think,
curious about the enforcement piece.
I think it helps with the enforcement piece. I mean, when I say enforcement, it's education.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not citation. It's, we throw out the pieces of, you know, education and working with like, you know, our contracted wildlife ecologists. And then we throw that in like our newsletter, our e-blasts and things like that. So I think having an extra staff member who's like public facing as well, just because when everything funnels through an open space, it either comes through me or Leslie, and that's it. And then it's a matter of like, can we take this on? Do we have it in our capacity to do this or not? But I think it would kind of help run that just the whole system to make it more smooth. Whether the next person is more of an expert in wildlife and like habitat restoration, I can't say that I'm like really savvy, because a lot of things I've had to learn because it's learning through volunteers, learning through other partners. So if we have more expertise in that, like that would be great. Ideally, in the perfect world, I would love like a wildlife person, I would love a prairie dog person, I would love a lead person, you know, like.
Don't get carried away.
That's in my imagination. So that's my idealistic world when I think of like how Louisville has their departments, you know, and or how Lafayette does and everything. You see those groups, even though they are small towns, how they have developed plans moving forward. And I just think, how can we get there? So even though I know that we're a small town, but we do have big asks and big demands and needs. So it's more of like, how can we, keep this moving forward?
Thank you.
So in the minutes we have left, is there input from the board to us in regard to things you would like us to address, or things you're hearing from folks in town that perhaps you think we're dropping the ball on, but that we're not attending to like we should?
I'll suggest one thing, because I was out yesterday, the day before, and over near Colton, McCaslin, sort of over there, and somebody kind of came up to me, she's like, we need a sign so people won't intrude on the owls that are nesting. Because, I guess what she told me is that somebody's walking right up to the tree and stressing out the owls.
The burrowing owls or?
I'm not sure.
No.
In the nest.
Yeah, the ones
Ones
that
up in the nest.
Yeah, the nesting ones and I think the great
community
ones.
park.
Because I think a lot of people are not aware how the birds get stressed out, if people walk right up to the
Right.
trees. I never thought of something like that before, but a resident just sort of mentioned it to me yesterday.
That's,
But the raptor wildlife groups don't want to put signs near
I
the
have to
draw
nest
the
signs.
attention.
It's a fair point, yeah. So I hadn't thought of it
Double-edged
that way
sword.
too.
If we do that, because I've explored that, like following state standards from CPW, all our trails would be closed.
Oh.
Because it would be,
Of course.
we're urban, so we need like a 200-foot buffer or something, So we don't have space to do buffers.
Okay.
So, and we didn't want to put signs up where people are curious and then they go and
Right.
look for them. So a lot of the raptor monitoring volunteers, we try not to disclose like our map and everything. So there's like what makes more sense for us, given the situation we're in with the space that we have. I would love that, but
No, I appreciate that context. I had no idea.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Because Lafayette has that. I remember like a whole bunch of people crowded around like the tree.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
look, they're right there. Oh.
We might be able to do some signage about fragile habitat, because in essence, people should stay on the trail, right? Not be up close to the trees anyway.
Well, and one of the interesting things that Kara had told me when we were out walking, she's now monitoring the raptor group, she said that Peter had explained to her that they aren't stressed by you walking by. I don't mean under the tree like you were describing, but they're stressed if you linger.
Stationary.
So, yeah, and what crossed my mind? So now I always make sure that I keep them.
don't stop.
Don't stop.
No lingering.
Another educational opportunity.
Yes.
Did you know?
Put no loitering signs up, just on the trail.
Earlier this year, I think you addressed in a work session the proposal for a chainsaw art exposition down the Rock Creek drainage. Thank you for the position that you took. In response, we did form a small group to try and address the larger issue of art in public spaces and provide guidelines or process or something to address the next one that comes up. Speaking personally, I think the decision you made was certainly the appropriate one. Thank you very much.
And
We haven't heard from anybody in response to that either.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Andrew Vaughn and I did.
Okay.
I responded and he was disappointed, but I did point out that another resident told us about the stumps that have been cut down after the fire that are just sitting and that we could maybe have carved and then put throughout town, not in open space as a compromise. So he was disappointed in that too, but it could be a great way to use those stumps, not in open space.
Rodenticide. Item 4.
Rodenticides. I'm sorry.
Touch on that real quick? No, that's
forgot
fine.
about it.
That's fine. This is just a quick one. Just to kind of fill you all in, OSAC has been monitoring a bill that was moving forward in the legislature at the state level. We were hoping we were going to come to this meeting to talk to you about whether we could take a position on that, but I just learned that bill died last week. So it was Senate Bill 26062, and it was designed, or it was designated that second generation anticoagulant rodenticides would be restricted use. So the bill restricted their distribution and their use. And these types of rodenticides are more potent in a single dose. So they have a lot more potential to create secondary poisoning in humans or children, in domestic pets and in wildlife. So there's been a lot of documentation of that. But it does look like it either died or was indefinitely postponed, which sort of sounds like it died. And I think one of the bill sponsors, if I gathered as much info as I could to figure out what really happened here, but it sounds like one of the sponsors may have even encouraged it to kind of die on the vine for now for various reasons. One was that I think legislators were catching on to like, well, people can go buy this anywhere on Amazon or any other major retailers. So it seemed so, I think, widely available that they were wondering how it could have a measure of enforceability. So the Senate bill has stalled out. We were going to come to you and say, hey, you know, if it had passed, you know, what could we do as a town, potentially following up on that, whether we would maybe need our own policy. Regardless of that, it still is a widespread issue in our town. We know that the secondary poisonings are a problem. We know they're a problem in wildlife and domestic pets. So there are some options out there, and we haven't really processed all of these real recently as a committee, just because we were kind of going on this notion that something might pass at the legislature. So there are a few options that I've researched. One that a number of cities and towns across the country have done are to ban like municipal use. Well, we have an integrated pest, management plan, and the town, I think, has done best faith efforts to always go with, the more ecologically friendly options, humane options. And we've talked a little bit about, we've talked a lot about black boxes interfacing with open space properties. So it seems like the town has made very good efforts along that. So I get why that would be necessary in some towns, but I'm not sure that that's the codification that we're looking for. I think the issue is that a lot of homeowners are using it. And they're putting it inside and outside their fences, and it interfaces with other people's properties and sometimes with open space property. So what do you do when it's on private property? Since we are home rule, there are a couple of municipalities who have looked at home rule petition, which I don't know much about, but Newton, Massachusetts is one of them. So theirs is real recent. They sent a petition to their state legislature proposing to do a ban just within their city. And I am under the impression that the legislature then has to vote on that. Well, that may not be a great option for us, but it's interesting to know that in a home rule town, you could do that. So there's that option, but then there's also the option of a non-binding resolution, and it would just really be the town projecting a stance, right, on the use of rodenticides. I know that when Tracy Bain was on OSAC, she put that idea forward. It didn't really get a lot of traction. We were working on a lot of public education at that time too, but that might be an excellent next step. Just to continue, because there's been a lot of information that's gone out in town publications about homeowners discouraging the use of rodenticides, educating about what those can do and what some alternatives are. But it could be great to have a resolution too, to discourage the use of rodenticides and to kind of extend the education that we've been working on and just codify it a little bit more. So I don't know whether the council would entertain that, but that would probably be a next step as far as OSAC is concerned, given that legislation is not going to go through anytime soon.
And this does affect like our, neighbors as well. The wildlife travels through different corridors, flight corridors, and it just keeps going, so it kind of connects together. So whatever we do does create that impact in, with our neighbors.
Well, I think I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I defer to the town attorney as to what we actually have the powers to do. I would think as a home rule municipality we would have the ability to ban it, but maybe we can't. That said, I think working on in an effort to communicate to the public and just say this is why you shouldn't buy this stuff and this is why it's bad, and we've got raptors that feed on the rodents, and it's all part of a cycle, a chain, and one thing is going to take care of one problem, but it's going to cause other problems, downstream. And if we just work on kind of like a concerted communication effort, I think that could help and like at least discourage people from buying it. I mean, we're not reaching everybody, but we do have some reach with our voice.
And are you suggesting that in the form of a resolution?
Well, not
Is that what you're
necessarily. I
mentioning?
mean, we could do it as a resolution, but we could also just put it into our town communications in terms of what we send out with the Sentinel and put it in the whole Superior magazine, and work with our comms team as to how to get the word out to if the goal is we want to discourage certain behavior from our residents, part of our job is to communicate to our residents in whatever manner we can.
We can continue that. We did a lot of that like several months ago. Maybe some of you have seen it in Sentinel and
Yeah,
Crow's
I thought we
newsletter.
did, yeah.
So we can definitely continue that message.
And if there's some key talking points that OSAC could share with ACES, there's a lot of committees that go to the big town events, 4th of July and Oktoberfest and things like that. So sharing outreach information with other committees so you can help spread the word.
And I think most importantly, we want to be effective, right? Like if we banned it or pass a resolution saying don't use this stuff, is that actually going to change anybody's behavior? And if it's not preventing people from actually like acquiring it and using it, it's more of a symbolic gesture
Right.
on behalf of the town, whereas focusing on communication. But I mean, it could also be part of a more comprehensive approach to get the word out. So I'm not opposed to it, and I think it's something we should take into consideration.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, well, we're almost at time, but I'll just say thank you for your service on OSAC, and thank you for bringing all these issues to our attention. Certainly with all the budgetary asks as we get into the budget season, that budget is being drafted now, and we consider it every September, October. So let's just make sure that all of the asks that you want us to consider are in the draft, because if they don't get into the draft, they don't get considered, and then we have to wait another year. So you don't get what you don't ask for, so I encourage you to continue to advocate for yourself and for all the help that you can get, and let's figure out some creative ways to finance things. I think having the open space sales tax is a blessing for our community. So thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Like that whole meeting to go.
Well, how are you doing, Martin?
friend.
Okay. I was like, what is happening? I'll give you the sign. They were like organizing out in the hallway. Am I unaware of something? Like all the chamber people. Like, what are they doing? Yeah, they looked very serious. They didn't look like they were having fun.
Yeah, I was wondering what the rabble rousing was out in the hallway.
Yeah, there was some rousing. Sorry, I had an event. This has been very difficult to balance being a council member and running for a county seat.
Oh, and not to mention you have a wife and you have a husband and
Oh no, I
a
don't.
child.
I put them on a shelf. They are not a priority.
Budget's really far away. That was my automatic.
I don't.
The fact that they're all here must be like something.
She looks mad.
She's like looking away.
What's going on?
She's totally looking away.
All right, good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Superior Town Council and the Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 for Monday, April 27, 2026. Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call. Shannon?
Mayor Mark Lasis,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jason Serbu,
Here.
Councilmember Jen Cowish,
Here.
Councilmember Stephanie Miller. Here. Councilmember Neil Shaw,
Here.
Councilmember Mike Foster,
Here.
Councilmember Heather Craycroft,
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley,
Here.
Town Attorney Nicholas Hartman.
Here.
All right, everybody's here. Up next is item 2C, which is approval of the agenda. Any council members have any changes that they'd like to make to the agenda? You always make changes. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve as drafted.
Can I pull 5H? I've just got a quick question.
5H. All right, any other changes? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as drafted with 5H pulled.
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion from Councilmember Craycraft, second from Mayor Lasis. All those in favor? Passes unanimously, and we are on to our council reports. Who'd like to go first tonight? Mike?
I have a very, very short update. I'm sure Councilmember Miller will be talking about Chat with the Chief, but one of the items that I took away from Chat with the Chief a couple weekends ago was that Superior Elementary is in need of volunteer crossing guards. They have time slots from 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. and 2:50 p.m. to about 3:05 p.m. And again, this is just to make sure the kids are crossing the street safely. There's a lot of vehicles, and the chief was talking about some of the excess speeds of people driving down the street, and having crossing guards will just make it a little bit safer for the kids to get to and from school. So that's my only update.
Thanks, Mike. Heather?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. I had the pleasure of attending one of the BVSD regional community meetings. I went to the last one at Monarch High School. That was last week. I know Council Member Cowish was there as well. She kind of patrolled the room, which I thought was good. I was at a table with a focus group, so I think between us, we got some good feedback. It is obviously a very important topic in our community. I'm looking ahead. It looks like May, they're going to do some community polling as well. So if you're like myself, who's, a parent who had children there, but still want to see the success of BVSD in our community, or you have children actively attending school, there will be some more community outreach opportunities to give your input. And then I am most anxious to see the feedback report from these community outreach, which should come back to all of us in the region in June. So looking forward to that. And just a few reminders from our historical commission. We have a busy week ahead. This group on this Wednesday, will host the annual spring program at the community center at 6:30 p.m. titled The Lore of the Past, 3 views from Old Superior, 3 former residents whose families grew up here will be kind of giving their perspective on our community. So it's a free event. Would love to see you join us there. Secondly, they will also be having their annual historic walk on Saturday, May 2nd from 2 to 3:30. It begins here at Grasso Park and will be led to the 2 historic sites that are on our boundaries, the former railroad depot and the industrial mine and mine camp. So either you've done it in the past or you haven't done it recently, maybe bring a neighbor who's not done it. We're going to all pray for, I think, different days this week for better weather, but that is on Saturday, so we'd love to have you there. Finally, on Sunday, whether good or bad, we will be kind of hosting some friends who love to ride their bikes. The Koppenberg is coming back. I'd just like to make sure people remember this historic route. So on Sunday, May 3rd from 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. It starts and ends on 76th Street. It is an event that does not close roads, but the Boulder County Sheriffs will be helping us remain safe. So I say it more out of caution. Make sure you're paying attention to wherever you may be going. If you're making your trip to Costco on Sunday, make sure you are watching the cyclists around you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Heather.
A few things. First of all, I attended the volunteer appreciation event this last week, which was really fantastic. Thank you to staff for recognizing our local volunteers. I'm always blown away by how much our residents do for our town and really step up whenever there's a need. But there was over 8,000 hours of volunteering this last year, which is almost a full year. It's 333 days. And I know it was more than 8,000. I can't remember the exact figure. I just remember being really impressed. So just wanted to thank our residents because I'm just really impressed with how everybody steps up to help. Also wanted to thank volunteers on Saturday. It was a little bit of a chilly morning, but we had a lot of people come out not only to help to plant trees, which is always a lot of fun, but also to pick up trash. So people giving up their Saturday morning when it's cold to pick up trash, just really, really great. So thank you to our residents who showed up for that. On the theme of volunteering, I'm going to reiterate what Councilmember Foster said, but we really need crossing guards at Superior Elementary. It's a really easy way to give back to the community. It takes maybe 30 minutes, and just a fun way to, see the kids and help them get to school. So if you have time in the mornings or the afternoons, it's really only a 30-minute commitment, and it would be really fantastic if we could get some people to step up and help. I don't know if everybody's seen it, but I wanted to mention it because the deadline is quickly approaching. There's a t-shirt decorating contest for July 4th, and the entries are due by May 1st. So if you would like to submit an entry, please do so. I know there haven't been a lot, so would really, really love to see some people put in some designs for that. A few plugs for upcoming events. Studio Pilates, which is right on Main Street. If you haven't been, it's fantastic, and they get you sore in all the right ways. So they have open day coming up on Saturday, May 2nd. So all day, if you're curious and you've wanted to see what Studio Pilates is all about, they are offering free classes. So I would highly encourage you to go. If you have been already, invite a friend. It's a great way to support our local business. And then also, speaking of local businesses, Mother's Day is coming up. So just a plug to remember to shop local. We've got a lot of great places around town that you can shop. A few of my favorites, Lily Ray Flowers. They're doing specials for flowers for Mother's Day. So if you want to get your mom some beautiful blooms, I would stop by there. They also have some really fantastic cards that are really, really funny and kind of not what you would normally see at Target. So not that I don't love Target. I absolutely am obsessed with Target. But if you want to support a local business and get your mom something that's out of the ordinary, they've got some really great cards. Originata Boutique, some really, really great boutique items. And most of the clothing there, she turns her inventory every 3 days. And it's locally sourced organic fabrics and usually from women-owned businesses, which is really fantastic. Halcyon, I know, is running a special right now for 20% off, so you can check out those if you want to get your mom a massage or something to have her kick back and relax. But all to say, we've got some really great small businesses in the area, and I know that they would really appreciate the support. And then last but not least, this recently came up in a chamber meeting, and so I wanted to make sure everybody was aware. House Bill 1119. This is applying a lower tax rate to improvements and higher rates on land. So essentially, it's a significant shift from our current system where you can have improvements in land taxed at different rates. And essentially, those that are going to feel this the most are our small businesses and those who have been in their homes for a long time. So just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that because it could have a significant impact on taxes. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I'll go. You have a lot more to say than I do, which is unusual, actually. So I wanted to reiterate what Councilmember Miller said. That House bill, I am aware that there aren't any assessors or treasurers in the state that are thrilled about this. It will complicate things and make it a lot harder. And so if you're one of those people who reaches out and contacts your legislators, that's definitely something you want to look at and let them know learn a bit more about it, but also let them know what you're thinking. A reminder, this is for fire survivors now, but later I think there will be an opening for other communities that weren't as impacted by the fire, but there's a training on May 7th from the Mountain View Fire Department. They're going to hold out at Colton and Marshall, where they're going to teach residents how to, and also provide the equipment on how to navigate if there was a small fire near your home. So like a large water backpack sprayer and a swatter, and they do the training, and it's about 45 minutes long. For some people, I think this just helps give them a peace of mind that they have some equipment in their home that they could use if something was close. Obviously, a large fire like the Marshall fire, you would want to not be here and evacuate and follow whatever directions are there. But this is for, if your grill or something that might be, you might be able to actually manage. And I've heard from people who've done this training that it just gives them a lot more peace of mind. And so if you know any folks or anybody here that they really want to focus on the fire survivors first in those communities, and then they'll open it up to neighborhoods more later. And then Councilmember, I don't have words. Councilmember Craycraft mentioned the BVSD meeting, and I just kind of walked around and listened at the tables. And if you were not aware, they really tried to walk people through understanding the decisions that they are navigating, and forced through way of some cards that had, different resources that could be improved or taken away, and had parents and anybody else attending really walk through like, well, if you keep this, then you can't have that, and tried to get them to understand the real impacts of what they're dealing with in this decision making. But I am very proud of our community, because I talked to one of the folks at BVSD, and they said that the Monarch event had double the people that all of the other events had, and so I wasn't sure. The gym was full of people, and so people are really trying to show up and understand the process and give their input, and I think that's the best way that we can approach this. I think that's it.
Thanks, Jen. Neil?
My turn. So I've not had a lot of updates in the past. I'm going to make up for that right now. So last Saturday also, I went to the BVSD session. This was a weekend session since I could make the other ones, and there's only like 40 people. BVSD is doing a phenomenal job of trying to engage the community and bring us into the conversation that they're trying to have. Even though my youngest graduated elementary school 8 years ago, the schools have had an outsized impact on our family. So I want to be part of that conversation. I walked away way better educated about the challenges that BVSD is going through, by both increasing my awareness and the compromises that they're having to work through right now. One of the facilitators on my table is a principal of a district elementary school. His daughter's in advanced math for 5th graders, but they don't have enough students, so she has to do math on Zoom to get access to the higher level math. To me, that's a massive, it's just terrible. Monarch K-8 has had to merge a 2nd and 3rd grade into one class. Again, not enough students, not enough teachers. Again, a massive compromise on the quality of education. So I do appreciate everything that BVSD is trying to do to help parents and teachers be part of that conversation. Last Monday, April 20th, we had the Transportation and Safety Commission meeting. The materials are online, but I want to bring back a stat that kind of makes me sick to my stomach. While our overall safety is improving across town, there were 2 children struck by cars outside of Superior Elementary at Indiana and Hartstrong in 2025. That hasn't happened here in so long. And yes, there is a call out for crossing guards, which, I think, everybody that can volunteer, but we also have to have a conversation with the drivers, the parents. I don't know about the drivers. I don't know if they're parents. It doesn't really matter. The point being is we also had 2 parents call into the TSC meeting, really concerned about traffic and just a lot of close calls on Indiana in front of SES. So the school is doing what they can to try to bring more people in to help it make it safer. We're going to try to take some action at the TSC. For as long as I've been on this board, the conflict in front of this school has been an issue. We're looking at additional options, but every single driver has a responsibility to watch out and drive safely. Even if you dropped your kid off on time and you need to get to work, be aware that another kiddo might be running late. And the car wins. A 8-year-old does not. So I know that's heavy-handed, but it sickens me that this is happening this close to a blue ribbon school. This is one of the best schools in the state. Okay, fine, I'm gonna move on to something different. Last Thursday was a CAPS meeting, and one area of discussion was related to future Rock Creek Parkway enhancements. As we remove the right turn lanes, the conversation was around what kind of art can we potentially incorporate into stamped concrete. Given what we're spending on capital projects, I think we should always ask what kind of art can we incorporate into these capital projects themselves. We asked the developers to incorporate art into their projects, so why can't we do the same with some of ours? We're spending $15 million on capital this year. It could be something as simple as stamped animal tracks into the concrete, or images of birds. I think staff was on and they had a bunch of great ideas. So I think it's an ask we can have as we talk about the pools in a few months. What else can we do to incorporate art into these permanent structures? And then finally, CAPS hosted the 4th in their BFFs film series at the Civic Space. As anyone who's been going, the sun sets later in the summer and there's these giant garage doors with all the sun coming in, but they had the blackout curtains, which actually made it feel like a movie theater. So if you haven't been, the first R-rated movie is going to be coming up at the end of May, The Life of Chuck. It's based on a Stephen King movie or book, so I recommend it. That's it for me.
Thanks, Neil. Jason?
I'll be brief. I got a haircut yesterday at the newest hair salon in downtown Superior. Is Sarah here tonight? Oh, there she is. Okay, so Sarah is the proprietor, and it's Our Hair Salon, AU''R, and it's AURhairsalon.com. I highly recommend going. I've had a hard hat on my head for parts of the day today, and it still looks really good. So if she can make me look good, she can make everybody in this room look phenomenal. And a special shout out to all the business owners that have come here tonight. Thank you all for showing up. And last but not least, I think Mark, you'll appreciate this. Hey ho, let's go. 50 years ago this month, on April 23rd, 1976, the Ramones released their debut album.
There we go.
One of the last bands I followed through my childhood, from grade school to high school to college, and I saw them a number of times. It was great when you could see a band for $5 and grab a beer and be like within 5 feet of the lead singer, where now you're spending thousands of dollars and there's a chasm between you and the act. They've been listening to the album all week. They are an act to be missed, and just great memories of my childhood and days past, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all. A couple of items to report on. So I also attended one of the BVSD community meetings. I went to the Boulder High School event, which was the week past. It was a different experience, I think, that we saw at the Boulder High School event, because we were talking mainly with Boulder parents who had students at the various Boulder elementary schools. And one of the things that really became like evident in the conversations is, the challenges that Boulder is facing, they're much different than the challenges that Superior and Louisville are facing. Superior and Louisville typically have neighborhood regional elementary schools that are drawn from the immediate surrounding community, and would really have like a substantial impact on the communities if those schools went away. Whereas in Boulder, there's about 15 elementary schools. Some of those are focus schools. Some of them are bilingual schools. There are STEM schools. There are art schools. Those focus type schools, in addition to just kind of general elementary schools. But there's obviously a significant number of elementary schools, and some of the staffing shortages and just student shortages that they're seeing in the Boulder elementary schools are substantially different, and the impacts that the students in Boulder are facing is really different than what we're seeing here in Superior Elementary and El Dorado K through 8. So I want to just give credit to the school district for having these really thoughtful community meetings. I think everybody left who participated with a better understanding of the difficult choices and challenges that the district is going through in making these decisions. And I'm thoroughly impressed by just the approach that they had, and just the thoughtfulness that they're giving to this decision. And obviously it's a very difficult decision for them to make. I don't envy them in having to make that decision, but stay tuned. I applaud all the parents and residents here in Superior for showing up at all the various events. I think that the district is hearing loud and clear that we really care about our schools, we care about our kids, and we're showing up and fighting for them. So we're doing all the right things. Continue to engage with the school district, show up to the school district meetings, reach out to the school board members, and just let them know how pivotally important those two schools are to Superior as a community. 2 Mondays ago, or was it last Monday? I don't know. I can't even remember anymore. I went to the small business roundtable that the Superior Chamber of Commerce hosted over at the Civic Space, and that was always a great event. Appreciate the Chamber of Commerce for hosting these events. It was great to meet with the various business members, entrepreneurs in our community, and hear about the challenges and successes and ideas that they had for making Superior an even better place to do business. So thank you to the Chamber for hosting that event. Last week, I went with the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition to Washington, D.C. for our annual D.C. trip. This is a coalition made up of 9 jurisdictions: Boulder County, the City of Boulder, Longmont, Lafayette, Louisville, Westminster, Superior, and City of Erie, and Broomfield. And we go every year to DC to speak as a single voice to advocate for regional transportation issues in our community. So we typically talk about roads and rail projects, and we're advocating for federal grant monies for regional highway projects. So this group was initially formed back when US 36 was underway and in need of federal support. Now we're advocating for the Diagonal project between Boulder and Longmont, improvements to US 287, and then Colorado 7 from Boulder to Brighton. So it was a great event, opportunity to meet with Congressman Neguse, Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen, Gabe Evans, as well as Diana DeGette's office, Senator Hickenlooper, Senator Bennett, and then various administrative agencies as well. This year, we also met with the Federal Aviation Administration to discuss aviation matters and just the regional challenges that we're having from Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. So definitely appreciate the Federal Aviation Administration giving us the opportunity to meet with us, to hear us out about the challenges that we're facing from the growth of the flight school traffic at Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, and encourage that this dialogue will continue going forward. So thank you to the Northwest mayors and commissioners for scheduling this trip, and it was definitely a valuable trip. And we also had staff with us as well. So Brandon Richards came along with us from Superior. So it's a great opportunity for us to just all collaborate as a regional voice. A couple of upcoming items to just put on your radar. Next Monday, May 4th, we're having dinner with Louisville City Council over at Louisville City Hall. So we haven't had our collaborative meeting with Louisville for a number of years now. So it'll be good to get together with Louisville and talk about the joint issues that we have with our neighbors. And then also we've got Rock Creek Parkway construction will be starting soon. Brandon Richards will be giving an update on that project tonight, but it's going to be getting into the summer months. We do our road projects. This is going to be a huge project this summer, from Indiana Street all the way down to Colton Road, including a roundabout construction at Coal Creek Drive. So apologies in advance. We appreciate everybody's patience for this project, but when it gets finalized, it's the worst conditioned road in our community that is overdue for reconstruction. And we're going to be all much better off once it's fixed. So thanks to the sales tax ballot measure that passed in 2024, which is giving us the bond proceeds to be able to fund this project. And we appreciate everyone's patience in seeing this thing through. Town Manager Magley.
Just follow up to the Louisville Council meeting coming up. We'll have information for the council probably later this week, either Thursday or Friday. So just keep an eye out for that.
That's it. Town Attorney.
I actually do have one thing. We have a mediation scheduled in our case against George Kuffner Superior Maintenance on next Wednesday. I think the mayor's coming, town manager's coming, and the assistant town manager might come. If one more of you guys wants to come, please just let me know and I'll send the information. And please let me know by this Wednesday for next Wednesday at 1 o'clock on Zoom.
And we'll be meeting in the conference room, our group.
Yeah. That's all.
We've got room just for one.
Yeah.
So
it's very special. That's all I got.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah.
I thought you were done. I just have a very important reminder that when we meet with Louisville, it's May the 4th. And if you're not a Star Wars fan,
May the 4th be with you.
just be aware that you can wear whatever you like to the meeting to represent your fandom, if that's your thing.
And you could talk like Yoda if you want for the entire meeting. All right. Town Clerk?
Nothing.
All right. We're on to public comment on our consent agenda presentations and non-agenda items. If you'd like to make a public comment and you're here in the boardroom, we've got a sign-in sheet there at the desk. If you're participating via Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature and we'll call on you in the order in which we see your hand raised. You don't need to give your full street address, just give your name and the city in which you reside. If you're here to give public comment on our public hearing that we have for the Downtown Superior Block 7 Food Hall presentation, we ask that you hold your public comments until that so it could be incorporated into the public record for the public hearing. With that said.
Renee Alanis.
Renee Alanis, come on down.
Good evening, Council and Town Manager. Thanks for Renee Alanis, former SES crossing guard. So I encourage you all to be crossing guards. It's great. I almost got run over many times. And Superior Chamber Executive Director. We are just excited for the upcoming proclamation for Small Business Week and Economic Development Week. So we wanted to use my time right now just to highlight our wonderful small businesses, those who want to come up really quickly and just introduce their name. So if you want to come up.
Hi, everyone. Joey Paul Yoder with Paul Interiors and curated by Paul Interiors.
Hi, Council. Lindsay Geiger with the Geiger Group, and we're excited to expand our reach in the community, opening up our shop on Main Street.
Which is called?
It's called, where are the 5280 Collective, or Popped 5280, Wander Booth 5280, and Top Box 5280.
There we go.
Hello, I'm DJ J Money, and if y'all need a DJ, I'm like you. You know, you can always have me next to you, and you can sing along. So if you ever need a DJ, I'm yours truly, DJ J Money.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Elena Vargas Neal from Vargas Property Services. We're your commercial landscape contractors here in town. Excited about the rain, and we're all just, we're really excited for another wonderful season and serving the town. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello, I'm Cindy Fox. I own Twisted Stitches, which is over in the Superior Marketplace. On the surface, we are a quilting and fiber retreat center, but actually what we are really working on is building community for people to come in and work together with their hands and be able to make things that are important to the community. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Marla Press. I've been a Superior resident for 35 years. Yes, and and I was also a crossing guard. And I have to say, if you want to start your morning with high spirits and joy and high energy, be a crossing guard. See those kids. Surround yourself with their energy. It is going to help you and it helps them. My company is Speakers on Fire Academy. I am an international public speaking coach and a communication specialist. And even though I do all that, I started the Superior, pun intended, Superior Speakers Club because I really love to give back to my community. I think that's what's really important. Peace and love and success start with your community. So, thank you.
Hi, Sherry Smith from Arts Off Center, and I was a crossing guard in 4th and 5th grade. I would like to plug our Arts Night Superior coming up on Friday, and we're doing a fundraiser for Doolittle Farm Rescue Sanctuary. So in addition to our 22 local artists, we have 4 pigs who have painted paintings, and we're hoping to raise money for the farm who takes in farm animals that were abused, neglected, or abandoned. So we're hoping that Superior will come out and enjoy their paintings. Thank you.
Hey everybody, Ken Cross. I have my new studio on Main Street. It's called Ken Shui. I do interior design, landscape architecture, and I also do one-on-one counseling. All of my designs psychologically based, and it's aimed at improving people's homes, but also improving people's bottom line in businesses, small businesses, hotels, and restaurants. Thank you.
My name is Ina Salchara, and I'm the owner of Inanna Creations over at downtown Superior. My goal is to bridge cultures and political divide through having home decor and art. I have one-off rugs that I import from the Middle East. Soon I am coming up with my own design, and with that, the prototypes are being designed right now, hoping to roll out my collection by the end of the year. And with that, I will be the first Arab woman who owns and designs her own hand-woven rugs.
Pam Brown. I'm PJ's Diner, Boss Lady Pizza, and I'll represent Pat's Tap. And the whole Rock Creek Village up over the hill where we're forgotten about, we are still there wanting to support. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Van Giesen. I own our hair salon, which means golden hair. I did have the pleasure of cutting Jason's hair, and it's been a really great opportunity, so thank you.
Hi,
You
all.
did
Nick
a great job,
Crothers.
by the way. He needs a lot of help.
Nick Crothers, residential real estate agent, also chairman of the board for the Superior Chamber. And I just wanted to say thank you all for all your persistent support of the Chamber, and thank you to the town for their persistent collaboration with the Chamber. It means a lot. We constantly see you out in the community supporting our businesses, and you always show up, so thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your time today. My name is Sharon James, and I'm a local realtor here. I've been doing real estate for 20 years. I have my newsletter, and I promise to make sure that I'm going to promote the Superior Elementary need with the crossing guards. So this is my promise, and yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Andy Jacobs. I'm the founder of Curati Labs. We host user-generated content for events and help you turn that content into marketing assets. I'm proud to have partnered with the town, with CAPS the last couple of years, and also with the Chamber. And if I can indulge everybody for just one moment, I'll mention one other thing. I'm on the board of directors of Rise Against Suicide. We're based in Boulder. There's been a lot of discussion about our schools, our children, and so forth. This is why I'm bringing it up. Our big fundraiser is coming up this Sunday at Boulder Reservoir, riseagainstsuicide.org. And we provide free therapy sessions for young people who have suicidal ideation and don't have access to private insurance. Thank you.
Thank you for indulging us. I want to echo Nick's recounts. We see you everywhere. We see everything that you do to support our businesses. And so we're very grateful for the town support, and we're really grateful for a diverse small business community who make up the characters of our town. So thank you very much.
This was great. You should come here more often. We love to see you all. We appreciate you being in business here in Superior. You could do business anywhere. You've chosen Superior, and we appreciate that. You're very important for the fabric of our community, and it goes very much noticed by all of us. So thank you for all that you do to make Superior what it is. So appreciate it. That's it. Nobody's going to follow that. Anybody on Zoom like to give public comment? Brad Walker.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. I hope your trip to Washington, D.C. was productive, Mark. Last time I was in D.C., I had an opportunity to eat at Makers Union, and the food there is excellent. I'm certain Will Moore also conveyed my said hello to you, and I hope you had a productive meeting with him and Transportation Committee. Anyways, I just wanted to say that, and hope everyone has a good evening. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else on Zoom like to give public comment? All right, seeing none. Public comment is closed, and we're on to item 3, which is our committee interviews tonight. We've got applicants for our advisory committee for Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee, the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, and our Planning Commission tonight.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, we have 4 interviews tonight. We'll start with the CAPS Committee and Claire Dixon.
Welcome back. Oops.
Hi, I'm Claire Dixon, and I live in Rock Creek, and I'm here to apply for Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Committee.
All right. Why don't you just give a little bit about background about yourself and why you're interested in coming back onto CAPS?
Yes, so I was one of the original members of the CAPS committee when it was founded in 2016. We had a great time. We accomplished a lot. I was part of the selection committee for the sculpture in the roundabout, Zephyr and Triptych. We helped select a lot of the artwork that's on the bus stops right now. We worked on the prairie dogs. We put on some events, and we also oversaw the creation of the Arts Master Plan. So it was really fun. Things kind of got busy around 2020 and wasn't able to continue, but my life has calmed down, and I'm trying to focus back on the arts, and decided, you know what, I'd love to be part of CAPS again. Kind of looked into some of the things that they're doing in the work plan, and I'm really excited about some of the things they have coming up. So
great. Well, we appreciate your previous service, and thanks for stepping up to the plate to serve again. I'll turn it over to the council for any questions.
Claire, can you share a little bit about, you mentioned in your application about learning more about cataloging, and I
Yes.
sit on Historical Commission, and it fascinates me because it is a
Yes.
common subject. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so starting last fall, around September, I've started volunteering 2 days a week with the Museum of Boulder. I'm in Boulder at their collections department. And so through that experience, I've learned a lot about conservation of objects, interpretation, some cataloging software, handling, installing exhibits and deinstalling exhibits. So I've gained some new skills that I would love to bring back to the town. I really liked how JG has created this division of arts and history, because I think those two really go hand in hand. And so I'd love to kind of bring some of those skills and help with that effort.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Additional questions?
Mine was around the cataloging, so thank you for asking that, because I was really curious when I saw that. I thought that would be great for both, CAPS and historical. But I just want to thank you. I talk about volunteering and giving back to the community, and you exemplify that. I mean, between your involvement on CAPS in the past, Home Rule Commission, so thank you for your service there. The schools, we've been talking about that a lot, but, the schools, and obviously your past and current involvement with the chamber. So thank you so much for all you do. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, I love to be involved, and I thought this would be a good way to step back in.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, hi Claire, good to see you again. I was curious, in your application, you thought that there'd be more dedicated space for exhibitions, and I was curious to get your thoughts on where in town you think there could be space for that, or where we could make space for that.
So today I did a little walkthrough of the civic space, and I noticed there is a room that's called Gallery 1. Right now, it's got some children's toys in there. But I thought at some point that could easily be converted into some type of exhibition space. Maybe not permanent, but for temporary use for exhibitions, it could be incorporated into like the Friday night, art nights and things like that. So it'd be fun to, do a mix of art or historical types of exhibitions there. Mm-hmm.
I'm curious because of, oh, wow.
Yeah. And no questions for you.
Maybe I shouldn't ask this question. The universe is sending me messages. I'm curious because of the work that you did before, especially like the prairie dogs and the roundabout art. Mm-hmm. And time has gone by, mm-hmm. and those things have settled in our community. I think one of the prairie dogs went for a trip up the mountain.
Yeah.
Do you have any reflections of things you might do different or would like to see anchored in the stuff you worked on before moving forward? Or I'm thinking about projects that I've worked on and I watch them turn into other things and go I wish this would have, or I wish that would have. And I'm just curious if you have any thoughts or attachments to that.
Well, I had a chance to review the master plan that was created, I think, in 2019, and I was kind of impressed. Like, we really have made a lot of progress on a lot of those things. We've acquired a lot of public art in that time, and I know one of the things that people really wanted at that time was more community space, and we definitely have a lot more of that now. So we've made a lot of progress. One thing that I would really like to keep working on is something called the Artery, which was like an art path that was going to run all the way through town. And I think we don't have to start with ground zero because there already is so much art. We can kind of incorporate what's already there. I really liked the idea. I went to the CAPS meeting last week and they were kind of talking about putting some designs into the stamped concrete. And I thought that could be part of the Artery too, if we're kind of just need to be strategic about where we're placing things. So I'd like to help see that some progress on that part of the plan.
Any additional questions? All right. Well, I'll just close by saying thank you for stepping up to the community to serve again. And we're going to be taking action on this at a future meeting. So stay tuned.
Okay. All right.
Thank
you.
So next for CAPS, we have Shaki Ketsaluna.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Xochitl Luna, and I live here in Superior for 1 year already. Really, I live in downtown Superior, and I would like to be part of the CAPS committee advisory because I truly believe that art can enhance the life of people and make it dream about things that they never thought before, new things that they can encounter. And when I was at the first film that the CAPS are doing now, I was really surprised and excited about how much those documentaries can make you feel and think about the place you're living. So that's why I decided to invest some of my time here.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to Superior, and thank you for stepping up to serve your community so quickly after becoming a resident just a year ago. Questions from council? Who wants to go first?
First of all, thank you so much for applying. Really appreciate you jumping in, like Mayor Lesa said, right off the bat. I know that you had mentioned in your application that the librarians really inspired you to step up. And so I was just curious what other programming like that you think CAPS could focus on that would really engage the community?
I was thinking with what is happening at BBSD with the closings of schools and everything, probably art will be a nice way to make communities get together and to a certain point to grieve what the decisions are going to be made. Because I was at the meeting here at Monarch, and I realized, there's no solution that doesn't involve someone suffering. Like other communities will be disrupted, or schools will be divided, or kids. And I think through art, probably we can make families come together, process all those changes, and embrace what is new and probably create something new.
Thank you.
I love that. There was a lot of art therapy that was very helpful for our community after the Marshall Fire. And so that's really insightful and thoughtful to see that. One of the wonderful things when people are new is they have new eyes, right? And they see things differently than people who have been here for a long time. And I'm curious if there are art concepts or designs, things that you would like to see here that we don't have here, or if there's just anything that you want to share from that lens and being new, because it's a gift for us for when people are new, for them to give the feedback, and I want to make sure you feel safe to do so. It's because you have a special lens right now that we don't have anymore. So if there's anything that you want to share, I would love to hear that.
Thank you. I realize by the street where we live, that we are a lot of different types of families, with little kids, with teenagers, parents that their kids already went for college. But having teenagers, I think they really need spaces to get together and to just to be freely to be them. Something that is totally disconnected with technology. And I was greatly surprised this Friday, for example, coming back from the movies, seeing some teenagers playing in the new basketball court that was built in Central Park, and then I saw some other kids walking with their basketball ball and ready to play. So I think those things are very much needed in our community.
Others? Well, I'll just close then with a little reminiscence. So I've been on this town council now for 10 years. When I started in 2016, we had very limited public art. There was, a little public art here and there that developers installed when they originally built Rock Creek Village back in the 90s when the Superior Marketplace was installed. But other than that, there was really a limited amount of public art. But with the formation of CAPS, like the efforts that CAPS has brought to this community to actually invigorate just the the open space areas and just the downtown and just to bring public art in so many different places has really improved this community in so many different ways. So I'm really grateful for the work that CAPS has done. And that advisory committee has done, art in so many different ways. There's the visual art, there's the sculptures, now there's a lot of programming and with like the movies. So you can bring art in so many different ways. So my advice to you is just to not be quiet and to be comfortable sharing all of your suggestions onto how we can bring art in unique ways to this community, because art in every way, I think, benefits us all. So thank you for stepping up and agreeing to serve your community. And like I said with Claire, we'll be taking action on this at a future meeting. So
Thank you, I appreciate
stay tuned.
it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next interview is for our Parks and Recreation Committee, Naya Meyer.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Neha Meyer, and I'm applying for a position on the committee for the Advisory Committee for Parks and Recs. Why do I want to be on this committee? And this is going to be a bit of a story for everyone. We're 2 years, a little over 2 years here in the US, more specifically in Colorado, and most specifically right here in Superior. This was our port of entry, and this is what we call home. Our family has been in 3 different countries over the past 6 years. And, we moved from Zurich to Canada to right here. And those were intentional moves. And those moves meant experiences and good things for our kids and the family as a whole. As the foundation, but it meant a lot of hard work for us to build community and find our people. And I think I became a veteran at that in all of these moves. But I must say that our experience here in Superior was the most different of all of the moves that we've done. It was the most welcoming. We were welcomed with open arms of a whole community. And that is not the experience we had in Canada or in Zurich. We have great memories. I mean, those are different countries or different ecosystems, but there was something about Superior that struck us. And a few months in, we knew this is where we wanted to grow roots. And I must commend the work of the entire town, because our welcome hug came from Superior Community Center. We moved here in the month of December, when everyone's on holiday. Kids hadn't yet joined school, so I didn't have mom friends to induct me into the community. But all I had was Superior Community Center. And it was very different from the other ones we had visited. And we always knew the town has one, rec center, or some place where we'll find community. But between the programming, what the parks gave us, we found that Superior was this little bubble of a community that we wanted to grow roots in. So my apologies to all of the realtors we gave a very hard time to, who said, your needs are way too specific. And we said, we'll wait as long as it takes. We're not moving from Superior. So, and 2 weeks ago, we finally found the home that we love right here in Superior. We didn't move anywhere. And this is, my personal reason for wanting to give back. Having been here only a little over 2 years, I think I received, and when I say I speak for my family, we received a lot from everything that I would say the Parks and Recs committee has been working on, and and the whole town of Superior. And I said, if there's something I can do for this town, it's to start to give back, and maybe this is my way of getting back in there. So that is my personal story for why I wanted to be a part of the committee.
Well, that is wonderful. Welcome to the community. I'm so happy that you feel the same way about Superior as we all do. We know that this is a really special place, and it is unlike any place I've ever lived. I mean, the sense of community here is really remarkable. So, yeah. Questions?
Thank you so much for applying. I really appreciate it. And I know our park committee has gone through some changes over the last couple of years, and there's been a number of vacancies. And I'm curious, from your lived experience, where do you see opportunities within the town to make our park spaces more inclusive that represents our entire community?
Right. I must say the parks here have a heart, and they're way more than recreation. They are where community is built. And so I think that, adding on a little more, I think they're great events already. There's a lot of great stuff that's already on the calendar. But I think if we brought in a little more of a cultural element to some of the events, we would spread a lot more information about, cross-cultural celebrations and get people to kind of get to know more about different cultures, and we become more diverse in what we're putting out there in terms of programming. And, I see our school doing a bit of it. My younger son goes to SES, and we have a little culture, committee there that brings this to the school, and there's so much heart in the way it comes there. And I think there's an opportunity to kind of do it at a larger scale within the community.
Others?
First of all, thank you for applying. I was very impressed with your resume and obviously living many other countries in the world. And I always notice when I travel things that I can bring back to the community. In Iceland, they've got those 3D crosswalks that try to slow down traffic. And in Amsterdam or the Netherlands specifically, they've got the light diodes in the path that at night, because it's solar, they light up and they look like Starry Night. And I always get really fun ideas, but those are ideas as a traveler, and I don't know how that hits as a resident. So because you've lived in so many other places, I'm curious if there's things specific to parks or community spaces that you've seen that have worked really well that we could incorporate here in Superior.
I think there's a lot that's already in place. In all honesty, the reason that we felt Superior is really unique is because it gave us what we thought set life in Zurich apart. Now, living in Switzerland, for example, they say it's one of the safest places and it's great for kids. Our kids bike to school at younger age groups. And I thought that is something that our kids are doing here, which I don't think they're doing anywhere else. I think the one thing that, having lived in Europe more so, is Europe spends a lot, brings to the forefront a lot of culture. And it's like what I was just saying. Like they put a lot of spotlight on local events and things that spotlight their rich culture. And I think what would set us apart was I think we're already doing what a lot of them are doing much better. We're already doing that. I just think widening it a little bit would increase the gap between us and them even more. So I'd put it the other way.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Well, I'll just close with our thanks for stepping up to serve the community. And we're going to be taking action on this at a future meeting, but we appreciate you volunteering to serve. And again, welcome to the community.
Thank you.
Our last interview is for Planning Commission, Sam Feldman.
Welcome.
Good evening, all. My name is Sam Feldman. I live in downtown Superior.
All right.
I'm applying for the Planning Commission opportunity. I've moved here, my wife and I moved here about a year ago. And I think it's going to sound like a broken record, but the thing that we have been blown away by is the community and how welcoming everybody has been. We're at Impact Fitness all the time. The community there is great. So if anybody's looking for like a fitness community or another community to join, that one's fantastic. But how much community is here and how involved everybody is has just been really inspiring. And especially, we weren't here when the fires struck Superior. But I know that was a hard time. Everybody who I've spoken to who was here either lost something or knows somebody who lost something. And it's amazing to me how everybody came together and how everybody has this vision of how to pick up the pieces and how to rebuild better, rebuild faster, rebuild smarter. And I myself come from a real estate background, before that a science background, and so I'm always looking at solutions. I'm always looking at how do I optimize this? How do I make it more effective? I think between having an interest in real estate and sort of a solutions focus all the time, an optimization focus, I think that I could maybe provide some value to the community. It's a little bit about me.
All right. Well, welcome to the community also, and thanks for stepping up to serve. Turn it over for
I have
questions.
a question for you. With your real estate background, I was curious if you thought you might have any potential conflicts of interest with potential developers or real estate opportunities if you were to serve on the Planning Commission.
No, I have no interest in, by taking a volunteer position, I view it as purely a volunteer position. It's a way for me to give back expertise that I've gained in other markets and other realms to my community, and leave it at that. Mm-hmm.
Mine's less of a question and more of a warning. There's a lot of former planning commissioners up here, so just be careful. You might end up in this seat eventually. So
Don't threaten me with a good time.
that's a good time to remind people there will be some seats open in November if you're considering, But thank you for applying.
I moved here in 2014, volunteered on the Planning Commission. Next thing I know, I'm sitting on here for 10 years, so be careful. Any additional questions? I have a question about, so we just updated our comprehensive plan. So this was the first update that we did in 13 years. It was last updated in 2012, now just recently updated. A lot has changed in Superior. We didn't have a downtown Superior when it was last updated in 2012. There's many development areas that, opportunity areas for development that have been since developed. So there's a couple opportunity areas, and we're going to be seeing those, and the Planning Commission is going to be seeing them in the next couple months. 76th Street properties behind Costco over by Sagamore, the Zaharias property over on 88th Street. You have any thoughts or opinions one way or the other about how those things should develop, if they should develop, and what the comp plan provides or doesn't provide? Any just thoughts one way or the other on those proposals?
Sure. I think that the road infrastructure needs to be increased if multifamily housing is going to be considered in a significant capacity, not just from a day-to-day load, but in the case of emergencies, like was experienced in 2021, you need to give people quick egress from a given area. So I would think that maybe more road infrastructure outside, maybe dumping onto McCaslin, or maybe even somehow connecting into 88th. So moving south, moving south. I think mixed use is a really smart way to go as far as increasing the amount of businesses that you can bring into Superior. I think, so I grew up in Las Vegas. And one thing that I think Vegas does really well is it brings people and it keeps people. And I think how many contact points can you have? Or how long can you keep somebody in a given space, being fully, getting done what they need to get done, getting what they want out of each interaction. And I see that as a way, I see mixed use as a way that not only can people, live here, live in a walkable city. That's something that really drew me here, is that it's very walkable. And I think my vision is, how do you have a walkable community where you can, you can access dining, you can access entertainment, you can access services, you can access shopping, all on foot. How do you get people here and keep them here? And interact with all these businesses. I think mixed use space is the way to go.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any additional questions? All right, well, I'll just close with thank you for stepping up to serve the community and welcome to the community again. And just like everybody else, we're going to be taking action on this at a future council meeting. So stay tuned. We'll be in touch.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, everyone.
All right, and that concludes item 3, our committee interviews, right?
Yep.
Okay, and we're on to item 4, which is our project updates. And tonight we've got an update from Brandon Richards, our Public Works Director, on the Rock Creek Parkway 2026 reconstruction project.
I don't know if I can make it full screen. It's fine. Good evening. I'm Christine Katz, civil engineer in the Public Works Department. So we have started work on Rock Creek Parkway. Hopefully everyone who drives it has seen our notice boards. They got started with traffic control today. I'd like to get council's input on closures and proposed closures from the contractor. So I'm going to present 2 options for closures. The first, a little long, but stick with me. All right, so you can see we've split it into sections. So we're focusing first on Indiana to the 88th Street roundabout to try to get that knocked out before school's back in session next year. Then we'll be focusing on Enterprise to Colton, and then following up with the Colton intersection, Rock Creek Parkway intersection, and Honey Creek Drive. So that's the phasing plan. So this is our phasing plan that allows for as much openness on Rock Creek Parkway as we can create. So you'll see the first phase started today. It's concrete work on the medians and the sidewalks and fixing curb and gutter, that kind of thing. So these are single lane closures. So there will be 2-way traffic on Rock Creek Parkway. You'll just see 1 lane taken at a time on either side. So that's about 2 weeks. Then we'll move into a closure on the south side of the road. So there would be 2-way traffic on the north side of the road. But with this configuration, the south half of Coal Creek Drive and the south half of Indiana Street intersections would be closed during this. This would overlap with the end of school.
Just a quick question on that. So we're going to move everybody to the north side. What about the cyclists? Will there be enough space for 2 lanes of traffic and 2 lanes of cyclists?
No, so we've discussed putting them on the sidewalk with the contractor.
As long as the signage is clear, I think that's what trips up every cyclist and driver as they get confused about who should go where.
Yeah, so we're making sure that all of our signs that are pedestrian detours also include the bicyclist symbol, and we'll try to get that messaging out as well as we can.
Yep.
So then after that closure, that's about, what did I say, like 3 weeks for that south half, we'll flip over to the north half. So now school is out, and we would have 2-way traffic on the south half of that road, and but again, the north half of Coal Creek Drive and South Indiana would be closed for those. That'd be about 3.5 weeks. The importance of keeping these big, long stretches is we need, when we're reconstructing the road, we stack cars. So like we have the water truck and the roller and we have all these different trucks in a train, and it really pushes construction through. It makes it much more efficient to get things done before school.
Christine, we did the same thing for the upper half of Rock Creek. We kind of shifted everybody back and forth, which I think makes all the sense in the world. Did we learn anything out of that we should do different, or that the contractors, because it's a different contractor this time, so is there anything that we could share with this contractor about how it worked last time.
Sorry.
You know what? I'll repeat it because Brandon interrupted.
We can share those lessons learned. Sorry, I was traveling last week. We were preparing the presentation, so I did have a question for Christine, because one of my concerns with 1C ahead of 1D is with school being in session if we close that side of the intersection. And I was wondering if we could flip 1C and 1D. I think that's a question council should have, and I have too. And it sounds like we aren't able to flip 1C and 1D with our current construction schedule.
No, because we have to put 2 new inlets, storm drain inlets, into the Coal Creek Drive on the north half for the new roundabout. And those are a 4 to 5 week ordering time. So
Those aren't in yet.
What?
They're not in yet.
They're not in yet.
Okay. Yeah, but Neil, we can share those lessons learned. I mean, really, I think this traffic switch worked pretty well with Asphalt Specialties, and Asphalt Specialties is doing the paving for this contractor. But we can definitely share those lessons learned. I mean, really, I think the traffic control worked well. The biggest issue we had was at Rock Creek and McCaslin, but otherwise the switch worked.
Yeah, I think
really well.
for just speaking for myself, and I think it's at nighttime when there's no one around and you go into the wrong lane, because a lot of the signage that the last contractor used looks great in the daytime, but all the reflective paint is like worn off and it's like invisible at nighttime. So plenty of times I saw people just veer in the wrong lane and then have to just do a UE or something else like that, right? Which, at 10 o'clock at night when we're all leaving from here, not a big deal. But, as we get around the school and things like that, just want to be, super vigilant on that.
Certainly, and we have all of those old traffic control plans that we can share with the traffic control contractor. And the traffic control contractor that the contractor is using this year is the same one that Brannon Sand and Gravel used last year for Rock Creek Parkway and McCaslin. So he's really familiar with this corridor and in this area. So definitely. All right, so after those 2 north and south closures, we would then unfortunately have to close all of 88th Street roundabout. There's really no other way to do 88th Street for the reconstruction up to, what is that street? Sorry, Shamrock, thank you. This would get us all of the improvements to the roundabout. So all of the new islands that are going in, the bike lane, all of that. And it's just not safe to try to put 2-way traffic on one side of a roundabout. So, yeah, so that's, so this would be approximately 2.5 weeks, 11 working days.
As part of the messaging, because the Reliance Circle neighborhood has no, and this is like their lifeblood. Like, and we did this when we shut all of 88th down, but I don't know if it's just door hangers or something so that they know, because with the Saddlebrook, they've got 2 exits that can get out, right? But if you live in Reliance and you wanted to go south, you literally have to drive to Louisville now just to come to basically the rest of Superior. So let's just figure out as much as we can. Maybe they can cut through Saddlebrook if Saddlebrook wants to leave the gates open, but they probably won't. But whatever we can do to assist those homeowners in Reliance on that major diversion.
Sure, I do have the contact for the HOA at Saddlebrook, so I can at least raise the question, but I can't say yes or no.
Right. Neil, I was going to ask the same question about Saddlebrook keeping the gates open for those 2 weeks.
It's 11 days, plus a weekend.
Let's call 2 weeks just in case.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming this has already been looked at, but from an emergency services standpoint, obviously the hospital's right there so you can get there. But for fire, if that's blocked off completely, I'm assuming fire's been notified and they've weighed in on not being able to get to Reliance or that side.
So I was waiting to get council's direction on how we wanted to go, and then I'll share this with police and fire.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So then after the roundabout was completed, we would then have to do a full closure of Coal Creek Drive for about a week and a half. And the reason for that is, again, once we have that middle circle, we can't, constructing that, it's hard to have that 2-way traffic going through that intersection. So this reduces having those two, the north half and the south half closures through that intersection allows for a lot of the work to be done so that this is as limited as possible for the full closure, but it does need to have a full closure for a limited amount of time. So then phase 4, this one's a little tricky because they'll have to flip back and forth. There would have to be a full closure of 88th Coal Creek Drive in South Indiana on the south side for top lift paving. So they want to be able to just go all the way through, and if we have them start and stop too many times, we get a lot of joints in our road, and that's what allows water in. And so we really just get a better product if we allow them to take 2 days and just go through the whole thing. So then we would flip to the north half. They would top lift pave, and then they could also stripe that north half. And then they would have to flip back down to the bottom half and stripe. Again, striping, it is a moving operation, so we could talk about closures during that time, but it is safer, in my opinion, for everyone if we just do the full closure, because then you have people, swinging around, and it's not as safe for the workers or the traveling public. So it would also increase the time that striping would take. So you would have traffic control out there for longer periods of time interrupting traffic. So that's why we're presenting this. And so that's about 2 days on the south, and then, well, they have 5 working days. So that'd be 2 days on the south, and then 3 days on the north, and then a day on the south for striping. And then Indiana to 88th would be totally complete. So you can see here, we've got it in there by July 22nd, which gives a little bit of a buffer before school's back in session. So hopefully that would be completely done before school's back. So then we would drop down to Colton to Enterprise, section 2 from that first slide. We would have, it would start with concrete replacement. You can see here that this one's a little tricky because the east side of Colton only has 1 lane going north on Rock Creek Parkway, and then it has the right turn lane. So to keep traffic flowing, we've discussed with the contractor doing this inside-outside lane, so they could do the outside lanes and then do the inside lanes. We could also discuss, which I'll show on a different slide, where we can have them do the full section from Colton all the way up to Honey Creek Drive or Coleridge, and then just detour through traffic from Rock Creek Circle onto Rock Creek Parkway, or left turners from Colton onto Rock Creek Parkway by taking a U-turn at the next light. So that's also another option if we want to eliminate this kind of traffic control situation. So then that phase 5 was that inside-outside for concrete reconstruction, and then this would be for the actual reconstruction of the road. So it's the same closures, and again, we can have that same conversation about the detouring people and having this a little bit more streamlined, and adding it into the next phase, which would be Coleridge to Colton, and we're stopping it at the Safeway intersection there, and because that's where people can get over onto the other side of the road to have that, to maintain that 2-way traffic. You can also see that between Coleridge and Enterprise, it won't line up exactly, but they'll do a closure where it's the inside lanes and then a closure where it's the outside lanes. And the outside lanes will take longer because there's the 2 right lane removals. But I'm just showing it for effect. So then phase B would just be flipping to the other side of the road, again, maintaining that 2-way traffic on Rock Creek Parkway. This time, South Tyler would be, that intersection would be blocked for this 12 working days. And it would be closed through the weekend of that closure as well. So the detour would be set up to get them over to the other entrance off Colton. Phase 8. Again, this is the top lift and the striping. So you can see we have it closed all the way from Colton to Coleridge, and then flipping, top lift on the other side, stripe on the other side. So trying to do it as efficiently as possible. What's nice about this is we can open up Tyler when it's striping on one side over a weekend. We can't open up if there's top lift going on. So we'll try to time that to make sure it's open over a weekend. And then with that being said, there's, phase 9 would be, would be the Colton Road intersection and then Honey Creek Drive. We're doing mill and overlays of both of those areas. We have to work out with the contractor exactly what those closures are going to look like. Honey Creek Drive, maintaining access to our wastewater treatment plant and our other construction projects is important. And then Colton Road and Rock Creek Parkway is a heavily used intersection. So we're definitely going to work with them on how to complete that.
I was going to ask if any of the Rock Creek closures and lane shifts would have an impact on the Public Works building getting constructed and needing to access, I don't know if they're bringing in large pieces of equipment or building materials.
Honey Creek Drive is our only access to both the plant and that construction project. So it does have to maintain construction access. What's nice is that our full reconstruction starts just south of Coleridge Drive. So even if they have to do a full closure, that it opens up at that intersection so they can come around the other way from Rock Creek Parkway to access the plant. That intersection will be open no matter what the closures look like. So now that you've seen this 9-phase plan, well, I wanted to say why we're requesting this, why the contractor's requesting it. The town will get a better product. Again, like I said, with joint placement, this allows, with these full long closures, this allows for us to put the joint on the wheel, or out of the wheel path on the, where the striping is, so that there's less movement over the joints, which just allows the road to have a longer lifespan and do better. It's also more streamlined construction, helping us hit that closure, but get Indiana to 88th open before school starts. And then it's just safer for construction crews and road and sidewalk users if we have those half road closures. Now, with all that said, this is our second proposed phasing plan, and this is full closures of each section. So this would be a full closure of Indiana intersection, Coal Creek Drive, and the South 88th Street roundabout. And then another full closure from Coleridge to Colton, and then we could still do the inside outsides for Enterprise to Coleridge because we have to maintain that access to Honey Creek Drive. And then Coleridge would have access as well. So this would allow for fewer traffic control changes. So the public would kind of get used to one layout. It would be that way for the closure, and then it would switch to one more so that they're not trying to navigate 9 different phases that have A's and B's and right. And we'll message and we'll work on that. And I think that it's definitely doable and it's safe. But this would definitely just keep cars and construction 100% away from each other, and pedestrians and construction and cyclists just separate. So, there's definitely cons to this. There's a lot of people in different neighborhoods that are going to be driving neighborhood streets to get out of the neighborhoods. It does block a significant portion of Rock Creek Parkway at a time. So I did want to just give this, this is what staff is proposing is recommending because it is the safest and the most streamlined construction. You can see we have a lot of wiggle room to get traffic, get this construction, get in, get done, get people back on the right side of the road with the safer layout. So
question, and it gets back to access for the construction and wastewater treatment plant. If Rock Creek is going to be completely closed, the southern half of it, how will construction crews or treatment plant staff get to work?
Right. So Enterprise to Coleridge, it does not need to be reconstructed. That's been previously reconstructed. So that just has right turn lane removals, so they can just take outside lanes or inside lanes, depending, so they can keep one lane open and allow the public and construction traffic to access Coleridge intersection and Honey Creek Drive. Yeah, so this is a little misleading. It should show the full closure stopping at Honey Creek Drive, Coleridge, and then half closures from Enterprise to Coleridge.
So just a question on this one. I mean, because today would have been the starting point. And since there's still 4 weeks of school left, I mean, is this realistic, or can we switch section 2 with section 1 so that we at least get school done and then we shut down, one of the primary access paths for people to get into SES?
Yeah, we could definitely talk to the contractor about that. What the contractor's nervous about is that we told them that 88th Street has to be completely open by the time school is back in session. So they just want to make sure that, they hit that section. What I could talk to them about is doing concrete on the entire corridor first with the single lane closures, the inside outsides, and then starting the full closure after school is out. That could probably be.
Yeah, because my main thing is there's kids and parents that live in Reliance Circle, and we're just telling them we're going to shut down your only way to SES unless you drive to Louisville and come back. Like what was a 5-minute drive suddenly became a 15-minute drive. And then I'd love to make sure that the sidewalk access is still clear. Lots of people cross at Coal Creek Drive. Pedestrian crosses at Coal Creek Drive. Is that still available, or do you have to walk up to Indiana? Again, nothing that is urgent to be solved, but it's one of the things that I really want to make sure that we've got dialed in before we tell everyone that, this is closed like tomorrow.
Sure. So the full closures, even in the other proposed plan, wouldn't start until I think it was 9 working days from today. So we have a couple of weeks to get the messaging out and really let people know. But yes, I can understand this. We could also do this full closure. We could push it back after school's out. Coal Creek Drive does need to be shut down with no pedestrian traffic. It's just the nature of putting it around about.
It totally makes sense to me. I know how many families cross there to get to school. So, and they can all walk up to Indiana, but again, it's about, giving people time to adapt and change like that. And it's really my biggest concern with the 88th Street roundabout closure. Whenever it happens, whether this phase with the 9-step plan or the 2-step plan, one of the things that we went through ad nauseum was emergency access to a vista, right? Not just for first responders, but for somebody who's having a medical emergency and wants to drive to the hospital and all of a sudden realizes this is closed and they got to drive around. And I think we added an extra lane just like for emergency access, to get on 88th Street. So if there's an ambulance or something that had to get to a vista, they could just plow down the side. So I'd love to make sure that that's incorporated so that, if an ambulance is trying to get to a vista, they don't have to drive to Broomfield or around on McCaslin, because minutes matter, but you guys can work that out with RMFD.
Yeah, that'll have to be a conversation with fire and police. I'm not sure. We haven't had that conversation yet, so.
Is it possible to remove the bollards at Weldona temporarily and just open up Weldona for access during this closure and then close it after it's done?
I don't believe those bollards come out, do they? We
Yeah,
could-
someone
okay.
stole them once, so yeah, they definitely come out.
So maybe that was a rumor that was put out there.
They're designed for emergency access for those
They're designed for
neighborhoods.
fire trucks to drive over them.
I wouldn't recommend we have that as a temporary access into and out of, just because of the history with closing that street, but you have different thoughts, Brandon?
I mean, I understand both ways. I mean, it's 11 days roughly in the phase we're recommending. I think the emergency access is a valid concern, and yeah, the fire trucks and ambulances can drive over those, but I don't think I would drive over it in my personal vehicle. I mean, we also have the bollards at Promenade. I know that's more out of the way in a cul-de-sac street, so those are physically removable, not drive over removable. I could argue both sides. I think it's ultimately council's decision, but if we wanted to do it for 11 days, we can physically do it, but I do understand the heartaches that come with that.
At Promenade, do we have, is it like a speed bump kind of that goes over with the bollards, or is it just bollards at?
It's a drive curb.
Is that grade?
Yeah, it's a drive curb. So it's just like a driveway curb at the end.
Okay.
So yeah, there's not a speed hump. I mean, it is a speed. It would slow cars down. What we would do there is we put a stop sign with a stop bar if we did take those out. If I was picking one of the two, I would pick Weldona personally, just because of the nature of the two, and it's more streamlined than going down Promenade and cutting back up. But both are doable.
As a person who lives on Waldona, I think it's, there's shared pain across this entire thing. Like if you live in Reliance Circle, this is a mess. And if you live, in that whole part, I think it's going to be challenging for everybody. As a resident, I don't think it's the worst thing to take the bollards down. I think the biggest issue is going to be folks don't know how to behave on the intersection, and because it's been closed for 4 years, 5 years, 6. So, that interface at 88th Street could be a challenge. If people.
Well, there's just put a stop sign there.
Fair point.
Yeah, the other concern I would share with Weldona is if we do open it up, you could have a situation where you get a lot of cars coming down 88th Street and then they start using that as a cut through, not just Shamrock, for example. And that's what we wouldn't want to create, because if 88th Street's closed and you're coming from Louisville, we don't want that traffic going through Weldona. That makes sense.
Right.
We'd want it to be local only, but we can't make it.
Right.
Can't make it local only. Yeah.
I mean, we could put signs, that say 88th Street.
Yeah, we could even block 88th Street and
closed,
say road
and just
closed,
say like local traffic only.
Yes, we could do that. That would probably deter most of it, but yeah. No,
Yeah.
Google Maps wouldn't recognize Don't Open.
I guess, I'm thinking about the folks on Reliance Circle, those folks are really cut off, and going to Safeway, which was a 2-minute trip, now becomes a 20-minute trip, or they'll just go shop in Louisville, and giving them the option of going up 88th, hanging a left on Weldona is certainly preferable, and also for them to get to Superior Elementary. And also, obviously there's, if this is going to be closed before the school year
So this
is out, right?
This is not our recommendation. This isn't well.
This is what I was. Sorry.
I'm hesitant with this full closure versus the switch and switch personally. And sorry, Christine and I were traveling last week to DC, working through this voicemail. It speeds things up, because the concern is we have a wet summer because we had a dry winter. And every day that rains, we lose a day. And we had 2 weeks of fluff in that first phasing plan. So if we miss that fluff, then we're closed when school starts. That's the biggest concern. We can't predict that. And that's why I think Christine's leaning toward this.
And we could push this. I could see what the dates would look like if I pushed this to school closure, if I pushed it 4 weeks, because they could get all of the inside out. Like I said, they could do all the inside outside concrete work. And so we wouldn't be delaying the contractor or having them remow or anything. We could, and then do all the shutdowns.
Is there a project savings between the two? Because this, it looks like it saves in total 4 weeks of work, and plus you've got a lot of lane closure and things that you don't have to have in staff recommendation versus the first 9 options. Is there a financial upside to one of these?
I could definitely bring it up with the contractor. I haven't, yeah, I haven't yet.
I know when I brought it up in the past, opening up Waldona for various reasons, short term, it was not well received, but I'm kind of with Mayor Lasis where I feel like cutting Reliance Circle off like this feels untenable for that long. And if it's only 11 days that Waldona would be open, I'm sure there'd be some unhappy residents, but I think we're going to hear a lot more unhappy residents if they're cut off on Reliance. So if we're going to do with full closures, I'd want to make sure it's done with Waldona open for that time period. Also from a safety standpoint, I know when I used to live on that side of the neighborhood and people would cut through on East Riverbend or Akron, and they would go sometimes a little fast, and there's cars parked on the side, so if there's children or animals or whatever that dart out, you can't see them coming. So if we're doing a full closure and inevitably it's going to drive that traffic into local streets, would we be able to put on those streets no parking signs so that there's not cars there blocking kind of line of sight if there's any kids playing or anything like that? I just want to make sure we're not creating another safety issue for the local streets with cars cutting through.
It's actually a really good point because like the entire Waldona has relearned that there is no cut through traffic. So there are kids playing on that street like all the time.
Yeah.
Like before it got shut down in 2020, no kids played on it because there's 1,000 cars cutting through and now none cut through. So it has become like, oh, the ball rolled into the street, no big deal. But now you're going to have people barreling through. We had 3 stop signs that we removed on Waldona. So there's some speed bumps, but when it was a cut through, the street signage was very different than today. So if we do go down this path, we might want to reintroduce those stop signs, even for the 11 days.
Yeah.
Just because otherwise, you come off 88th and you will zip through, and a kid's ball will roll through, and for like the last 4 years, no one cared. That's a really good point.
I can also hand out flyers in the neighborhood if that's a concern too. I'm happy to go door to door and talk to any residents and leave flyers on their doorstep.
Yeah, I think over communication is going to be key with anything that we're doing.
We also have those temporary speed bumps that can, I don't know if we still have them. I know we had them throughout town. That might have predated your tenure, Brandon, but I know we had kind of like where we were kind of before we installed the permanent speed hump, we did those temporary ones that we deployed.
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly an option. They do damage the road occasionally, so just something to keep in mind, but we're happy to put them out if that would help slow people down. It would help slow people down.
Well, my general opinion is that this, I like the idea of ripping the Band-Aid off and trying to get this project done as quickly as possible. It's going to be a headache for sure, provided that, this is staff's recommendation, recognizing that this may not necessarily be staff's recommendation. It might be part of staff's recommendation, but if this were staff's recommendation with a Waldona opening, I think I could probably get behind this because I think that this is going to be such a headache for the community. So if we can get it done sooner rather than later, and I am somewhat concerned by kind of constant changing explanations, and this is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 9, people are just going to be confused. So having a simpler project, I think, is better for the community in terms of just kind of like understanding how to navigate the road. And if they get to a point of the road and it's just closed and there's a detour and they need to go somewhere else, they'll drive, differently next time. But I think if we could open up Waldona temporarily for 2 weeks, notwithstanding the history there, I think that would actually be a reasonable concession to make this happen. But I think we should also still talk to Saddlebrook and see also if they're willing to keep their gate open as well.
So this closure would be for 6 weeks, the full closure. If we did the phased plan, we could do the 11 days.
I think the big question is if we want to open Weldona. I think if this phase becomes more obtainable, this plan becomes more attainable if Weldona is open, in my opinion. If not, I have concerns with this plan during school.
Well, I think we would push it so it wasn't during school.
Well, when would section 1 start?
We could start it May 27th after
Start section 2
schools.
first.
No,
So
do
my recommendation would be to not open Weldona and do the alternating closures, north and south, similar to what we did last year, which seemed to work. That's my recommendation.
And Matt, I appreciate that because I can sort of suggest that I'm in support of what's on the screen right now, but unless that neighborhood is truly engaged, I can't see springing this on them. Like, by the way, we've turned your street into a cut through and you'll have to relearn to stop at these stop signs that haven't been here for 4 years. It's not an easy change, like just opening up, what was an arterial that isn't an arterial. Like, because lots of people have moved into this neighborhood that have never had it be a cut through. They're not even accustomed to the stop signs.
And the kids are going to be playing in the summertime.
The summertime is around the corner, and everybody's going to be trying to get to the pools. Yeah. I don't disagree that this is, what's on the screen is definitely the better engineered solution. And this is, I think, now my new sort of caveat to roundabouts are awesome. They are really hard to repair.
Yeah.
This is, like, honestly, a massive Achilles heel to a roundabout. I think I'm back to kind of supporting what Manager Magley suggested, the 9-step plan.
With no Weldona?
With no Weldona closure.
Could we talk to Saddlebrook and see if they'd be willing to open the gate? It looks like Reliance is only 51 homes. So if they'd be willing to open that gate, it feels like that could be, bless you, an alternative to get people out of Reliance. And then if not, and we can't open Weldona, then that might be our answer.
So I can definitely email them and reach out. They're very responsive. But I wouldn't have that answer until later this week, so.
Or for safety, they might be willing to give a temporary code to those 51 homes.
Sure.
Because there probably is some concern about access. So we need to recognize that as well.
I know, having lived there at one point, that they have a vendor code that can be given out so that the vendors have a different code than residents. So maybe if they'd be willing to give out the vendor code for the Reliance Circle homes.
I can definitely ask. I can't guarantee it. It's a private road and it's a private area, so all I can do is ask. But I certainly can. With construction starting, I guess. I was hoping to give the contractor more direction so they could start traffic control plans.
Well, I'm changing my mind, and I'm fine going with the phase 1 through 9 approach.
Okay.
And I'm still willing to explore the idea of potentially opening up an alternative access point, but if that doesn't happen, at least this is only for 2 weeks and not during school. So,
Mike, I usually like to rip the Band-Aid off and just close it down so we can get it done. The concern that I have is what staff is recommending is such a significant change for the next 6 weeks. And, the start date was technically today, and it doesn't sound like we've had a lot of community engagement or gone out and notified the community of what we're contemplating closing. And so to me, we could get a lot of feedback from the community that they didn't feel like they had enough time to engage in this or provide input or feedback. So again, while I would typically like to just close it all down and get it done, I'm leaning towards the 1 through 9 phasing.
I think I agree with Mark initially about just ripping off the Band-Aid and getting it done, because one of the things that becomes dynamic and squirrely is the construction schedule. And if we do, I mean, we're in a drought right now. Hopefully we're going to get enough rain, but let's say we get a monsoon season or something, it's going to delay it, and then we're going to be missing the targets for the schools. But I think it's going to create such a hardship. You're going to see a lot more vehicles going through the neighborhoods, and every time we see just the smallest uptick, being on the transportation safety, the second you see an uptick, we get a ton of emails about, why are these cars coming here? We don't want them there. Can you put them somewhere else? And I think pushing that hardship onto the neighbors, like Mike said, in a very short window might not be the best thing. And the residents, when we did the upper portion of Rock Creek Parkway, were completely fine with the staging. Maybe there were like a few mishaps, but I think everybody's smart enough in this town to realize that when construction signs are laid out, you obey them, you slow down, you try to drive as safely as possible. So I think this is a much better plan to just stage it and get it done that way. It's going to take longer. I'm not always in favor of taking longer on a construction project, but I think it's the easiest way to go, and we're going to be stressing the residents less, and we're not going to be putting so much of an impact on the secondary and tertiary streets.
I think the difference is when we did the first half of Rock Creek Parkway, we were really only impacting access to one neighborhood, off of Wiggins, right? So like we went up to Pitkin, we didn't close down Pitkin. We had that section where Wiggins was, access to Wiggins was very difficult. Here we've got a lot of access points throughout this corridor, so it's just a more challenging way to not inconvenience people. I mean, they typically do have alternative access to the neighborhood, whereas like Wiggins, that's the only access point. But for the people who are used to accessing Rock Creek Parkway off of Indiana, off of Coal Creek Drive, off of Coal Ridge, off of wherever, the Reliance Circle. I mean, the Reliance Circle folks are the ones that are really, they've got the one way in and one way out. So I hear what you're saying, but I think that the reality of kind of the part of the Rock Creek Parkway that we did last year, whenever it was, last year, is just different from the dynamics of this section of it.
Yes, please. I'm going to lean towards the phase 1 through 9 as well. Sorry.
I put a lot of thought into that.
I know.
So I'm ready to go with it.
We appreciate all your hard thoughts and work and asking for our feedback too. I would ask that we do a continual update to the business owners in Rock Creek Village because of the timing, and then they can plan accordingly to their closures or their staff notices on how to get to the office, so to speak. So I just want to make sure, and I know Renee's still here from the Superior Chamber, but just making sure that those business owners that will be affected by this have that knowledge as well. And I know that's above and beyond what you plan to do, but there is some concern about accessing our retail stores on that corner of Colton and Rock Creek Parkway. So
Sure, I'll partner with Ellen on that, and
Yeah.
she can definitely handle a lot of that.
thank you.
Yeah.
I think on the phases, like it's like, wow, 9 phases, but we should really spin it to be like, we kept it under 10 phases.
With A's
And that's
B's and C's.
that's the marketing approach, but I think that's the best one.
Well, it's still only 3 sections or 4 sections. It's just 9 phases within those 4 sections, right?
Well, in the grand scheme of things, this is 5 months. So this road is expected to last 30 years. And 2 years from now, nobody's going to remember the closure. We're going to have amazing roads. So it's, in the grand scheme of things, it's a little bit of pain for the long-term gain.
And the last time we, inconvenienced the entire community with a road closure like 88th Street, to make that more palatable, we had a global pandemic that we coordinated to make sure that everybody stayed home and didn't travel. So it was as less convenient as possible. So. All right. So sounds like we've got a majority of the council in favor of the phase 1 through 9 approach.
Sounds good.
So
All right.
we'll still talk to the Saddlebrook HOA, and then in terms of opening up alternative access, we're not in favor of tinkering with Weldona at this point. Okay, that's fine.
That's that too. I mean, the emergency access does have the codes through Saddlebrook, so, and that's an alternative route for them too, because they have to be able to access that, or they probably actually have a knock gate entrance, so they know that too. But we'll be coordinating with them as soon as we leave this meeting. We're meeting with the contractor tomorrow too, to give them our updates.
And when we built the trail access point from the southwest corner of Promenade into 88th Street, we built that trail wide enough so somebody could actually drive there if they're having an emergency. And we talked about that when we did 88th Street. So, in the event of an emergency, by all means, take the sidewalk and get to the hospital.
Only for emergencies.
Only for emergencies. Yes.
I hate to take up more time, but I did tell the CAPS committee that I would, and I heard Neil presented this already, but I just wanted to keep my word. So what we had talked about was this Morse code idea. It was, I think, a little too complicated, and it's split up so much that it's confusing. So, but I wanted to show because I thought it was pretty cool. And then the other idea was some sort of animal stamp or footprint stamps. So CAPS can definitely direct us and let us know what they want to do, and we can get pricing for these things. But wanted to let council know that that was in discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Brandon? And our apologies in advance to the community for any inconvenience this summer, but the road will get fixed. It'll be great. All right, we are moving right along, and we're on to item 5, which is our consent agenda. We pulled item 5H. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda 5A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I, and J.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion from Councilmember Craycraft and a second from Councilmember Foster. And let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish?
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. And Councilmember Miller, you pulled 5H.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, and I apologize, I didn't see this until it was too late. But when I was reading through the purchase and sale agreement, I know we had talked about, since they came in 150,000 less than the purchase price, that we were asking, that we were saying we didn't want to pay any broker fees or anything. And it looks like in the purchase and sale agreement, we're not, but we are paying a commission to Colorado Group. How much
That's
is
our
that?
broker. That's the town's broker.
That's our broker.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they did agree to waive that 3%
Perfect.
broker fee.
Thank you so much. And then I'm assuming any environmental reports or soils reports we already have, and if
Yeah,
they need additional,
had 'em
they're
for a
paying for
while.
that?
Yep, yep.
Okay, cool. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Any additional questions? Entertain a motion to approve. Town of Superior Resolution Number R-32, Series 2026. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town Superior approving purchase and sale agreement with Unisys Development Co. for the town-owned property located at 127 East Coal Creek Drive. Okay, we got a motion from Mayor Lasis, a second from Councilmember Miller. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw? Yes. Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish?
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes. All right, passes unanimously. We did have a couple proclamations on our consent agenda, which was referred to by Renee from the chamber. One was the proclamation of the council of the town of Superior declaring Small Business Development Week, and then also a council proclamation declaring Economic Development Week. Want to read them?
I'll read one.
Okay.
All right. A proclamation of the Council of the Town of Superior declaring Small Business Development Week. Whereas the Town of Superior's economy is driven by the resilience of our small businesses that continue to pioneer innovative solutions and create opportunities for families, workers, and the community. And whereas small businesses remain the heartbeat of our community and the national economy, employing more than half of our nation's workers, inventing and innovating new technologies, enriching our storefront shops, and building our nation's infrastructure. And whereas by supporting small business, local jobs are created and local culture is preserved. And whereas the National Small Business Week has been recognized every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs and small businesses through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other governmental agencies. And whereas the Town of Superior supports and joins in this national effort to recognize the contributions of small businesses to the American economy and their importance to ensuring that our local communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, the mayor of the town and the town council of the Town of Superior do hereby proclaim the period between May 3rd and May 9th, 2026 as National Small Business Week in Superior, Colorado, and encourage the community to celebrate Superior small businesses for their many contributions to the quality of life in our community and the economic well-being of our town.
All right, thank you.
It's the proclamation of the Council of the Town of Superior declaring Economic Development Week. Whereas more than 100,000 economic development and related professionals worldwide are committed to creating, retaining, and expanding top-tier opportunities that foster long-term equitable community growth. And whereas for generations, the economic development profession has cultivated thriving neighborhoods, championed sustainability and resiliency, strengthened economic prosperity, enhanced quality of life, and built robust tax bases. And whereas economic developers are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, provincial, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, institutions of higher education, and similar organizations and associations. And whereas economic development professionals serve as stewards of progress, connecting residents, business leaders, elected officials, industry executives, and educational institutions to advance job creation, community investment, infrastructure improvements, and long-term opportunity. And whereas economic developers contribute to the continued strength and vitality of the Town of Superior, Colorado, building on past achievements while shaping a resilient and prosperous future. And whereas since 1926, the International Economic Development Council and its preceding organizations have advanced the profession globally, marking 100 years of leadership dedicated to fostering growth, innovation, inclusion, sustainability, and resilience in communities of all sizes. Now, therefore, the mayor and town council of the Town of Superior do hereby proclaim the period between May 4th and May 8th, 2026, as Economic Development Week in Superior, Colorado, and celebrates 100 years of impact, reflecting on the progress achieved, honoring the professionals who strengthen our communities today, and inspiring the next century of economic opportunity and growth.
All right, thank you, Jason. Thank you, Stephanie. Renee, can I give you these? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, let's do a picture with all the small business owners. Yeah.
Are we getting our seats yet?
Yeah.
Do you want to be a crossing guard?
Yeah, go get in the photo with.
I'll take it.
Go get in there.
Yeah, you gotta be in the picture.
Come on, Renee, nice try. Nice picture.
Let's keep rolling. All right, we're on to item 6 on a regular agenda. Item 6A is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior accepting a petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in unincorporated Boulder County and setting a public hearing on the annexation. This is the 76th Street Weehee property.
Thanks, Mayor. Renee Stavros is going to introduce this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Renee Stavros, Planning and Building Director for the Town of Superior. This evening, we are looking at the property at 7494 Marshall Road. It's 12.7 acres. Prior to the Marshall fire, there was a single family or single unit primary structure. All the structures on the property were burnt during the fire, and the property owner has had it for sale for some time. This property has been part of the town's 3-mile plan, and it was in the 2012 and 2025 comprehensive plans as an opportunity area. So it's been on our list of, annexable properties for a good long while now. The applicant has the property under contract with the landowner. The landowner has signed the annexation petition on behalf of the applicant. And what does it say? The purpose of this evening's of this item this evening is to consider whether the petition includes necessary allegations and accompaniments under Colorado Revised Statute 31-12-107. The staff memo lists all of the requirements for an annexation petition and outlines all of the requirements have been met. The petition is signed by the owner. The property has more than the required amount of connected land to the town of Superior. It was agreed to by the property owner. There's only one, so it meets the property owner requirement for annexation. The annexation map has been submitted as part of the application, as well as all of the required documents. In addition to the Colorado Revised Statutes, the Town of Superior's code has certain requirements for an annexation, which have also been met by the applicant's submittal. They paid their fees. They have evidence that they can be served by water, sewer, and storm. They do have a PD proposed as part of the project. They have a draft annexation agreement. They know the water rights process, and they've started that process, and have done all of the required work for the application to meet all of the requirements of the town and the state statute. This evening, you're just considering whether or not all of the application materials and documents are in order for them to, in order for us to set the public hearings for this project. And at that time, you'll consider the actual application itself. Staff has found that all of the materials meet our requirements and are recommending that we move forward with the substantial compliance and set the hearings for Planning Commission on June 2nd and council on June 8th, which is within the allowed timeline of the state statute. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Renee. Questions for staff?
Renee, this is just more of a procedural thing. I understand that today is just kind of a formality that the applicant has checked the boxes and they meet the requirements. Will the public hearing be an opportunity then for the council to have potential questions on the concept proposal that has been previously shared with the council and the public? And will that provide an opportunity for the public to provide their thoughts on the concept proposal that's been previously shared?
Yes, that'll be like most public hearings that you've seen for development proposals. So the annexation and the zoning will come on the same day to you all. They're considered separately as separate hearings, but they'll be on the same evening. You'll hear both both staff and the applicant will present like we do on a normal application.
Okay, thank you.
Will we also be hearing the final development plan that night as well?
Not the FDP, just a PD, the zoning
Okay, so
piece.
the PD zone and then the annexation.
That's right.
And do we have an idea as to like when the FDP would be?
It'll be after. They are not doing it concurrently, so it'll, although they do expect to do it immediately-ish following, it's not like, they're not preparing those documents until they receive confirmation that the annexation and their PD zoning is approved.
Gotcha. Okay, any additional questions for staff? Do we want to hear from the applicant or is that not necessary?
It's not necessary, but the applicant is here.
Yeah.
Welcome to come on up if you want to say a few words.
Hi guys, Harris Griswold, Carmel Partners. I'm here to largely support the food hall concept that's coming next, but I thought I might as well, kill two birds with one stone. So I don't have any prepared statement or talking points, but we're actively working on this proposal and really excited to bring it to you guys in June, and looking forward to seeing you guys in a little over a month. So I'm happy to field any questions, but we are actively finishing up the task to be prepared to present to you guys. And so, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for that, Harris.
Yeah, for
Any
sure.
questions for the applicant? All right, well, thank you.
Great, yeah, thank you.
I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody here in the room like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none. Anybody on Zoom like to give public comment? All right, seeing no hands raised, public comment is closed. It's not a public hearing, so we're just, thoughts? Okay, yeah, this is a routine item, so I see no reason not to move forward and accept staff's conclusions onto substantial compliance. So I'll entertain a motion to approve. We've got a resolution, right? I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-35, Series 2026. Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior accepting a petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in unincorporated Boulder County and setting a public hearing on the annexation for 76th Street.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion from Mayor Lasis, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu, and roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Foster,
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish,
Yes.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu.
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. And we are now moving on to our final item of the evening, which is how's the council doing? Do we need a break? Or are we okay plowing through? We're good? Yeah. All right, good. We're on to item 7, which is our public hearing section of the evening. We've got 7A, which is a Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior approving a final development plan for lots 3, 4, and 5 of Block 7 in Superior Town Center. Do we have proof of publication? Okay. Gavel in the public hearing.
Thanks, Mayor. Alex from our Planning and Building Department is going to give us a brief introduction, and then we'll have a presentation from the applicant, and then open it up for questions and comments.
Just want to make sure. Scroll down, okay. Good evening, Town Council. I am Alex Hafling, and I am a Planner 1 with the Town of Superior. Today, we are presenting the final development plan amendment for Block 7 Food Hall and Pizza Parlor development. The applicant is JBR Superior Holdings, and they will be delivering a short presentation and answer some questions. This map reflects the site of the proposed development on 3 lots adjacent to the downtown plaza located on Superior Drive and Main Street in downtown Superior. So for a little bit of background, the Town of Superior Final Development Plan 9 and Final Development Plan 10 was originally approved in 2020, where Block 7 was intended to have 7,934 square feet of commercial restaurant space and 8,188 square feet of commercial non-restaurant space. The FDP reflects 3 separate buildings, 2 on Lot 2, Building 701 and 702, which as on this shows, is Lot 4 and 5. And then also 1 on Lot 3, which on this lot would also be Lot 3. The FDP, since initial FDP approval, 2 amendments have been approved, though neither of them have made changes to Block 7. And then a replat of Lot 2, Block 7, was approved and recorded on April 8th, 2026 to realign the lots in advance of the proposed food hall and pizzeria FDP amendment and facilitate the sale of the new lots 4 and 5 and Lot 3 to the new ownership. So to do a project summary, the applicant proposes to amend the FDP 9 to allow for development of a food hall on Block 7, Lot 5, and establish a pizza parlor on Block 7, Lot 3. Block 7, Lot 4 is proposed to initially serve as a shared outdoor common area and/or patio space, both for the food hall and pizza parlor as they mature, and will eventually serve as a future development site. This proposal requires an FDP amendment to reflect the revised commercial restaurant and commercial non-restaurant square footage. In the approved FDP Amendment 1, the square footage of commercial restaurant was intended to be, as mentioned, the 7,934 square feet, and the square footage of commercial non-restaurant was intended to be 8,188 square feet. However, the FDP Amendment 3 proposes a change in the breakdown of total commercial space to allow for at least 11,526 square feet of commercial restaurant space between the food hall on Lot 5 and the pizza parlor on Lot 3. The proposed amendment also includes minor updates to the setbacks and height of each building, among other material and facade changes. That's just everything. There's not much on there. Okay. So, as this table demonstrates, the food hall and pizza parlor proposal is generally compliant with the development requirements laid out in the PD and the approved FDP Amendment 1. The applicant has requested an exception for an allowance to not have 50% of the build to line for building 1 on Lot 5, Block 7, and building 2 on Lot 3, Block 7. The pizza parlor will have an outdoor seating area facing Main Street, which is why they will not have the building facade directly up against that property line. Many of these next slides also demonstrate general compliance, so I'm going to skip through some of those and then stop at ones that require some further clarification. So land use compliance. And then we get to building coverage. So this is that conversation where I brought up the composition of the commercial restaurant to the commercial non-restaurant space. So approved in Amendment 1, you have the composition that I mentioned before, the 7,934 square feet and the 8,188 square feet, totaling from the FDP Amendment 1, 16,122 square feet. In the proposed Amendment 3, they're proposing 11,526 square feet and nothing in terms of commercial non-restaurant, leaving the total commercial leaving the total commercial space left as 4,596 square feet in order to maintain that already approved commercial cap on Block 7. Signage was compliant. As this slide demonstrates, the food hall and pizza parlor propose multiple opportunities for public wall art throughout the development and plans to work with the CAPS committee. And also noted from the PC meeting, the applicant agrees that there is potential for temporary public art installations on the flex patio space on Lot 4. So that brings us to parking. Per the STC PD Amendment 5 standard parking requirements, 1 parking space per 150 square feet of commercial restaurant space is required. The approved FDP Amendment 1 calls out 64 shared parking spaces and 46 public street parking spaces on Block 7. The proposed FDP Amendment 3 calls for 11,526 square feet of commercial restaurant space, which would require 77 parking spaces to meet the PD standard requirement. The FDP Amendment 3 proposes that the parking will be met with 64 shared parking spaces on Lot 2, Block 7, and supplemental parking to be provided by 2 adjacent parking garages and on-street parking. The PD Amendment 5 makes note that parking in the STC core, Planning Area 2, which this falls into, is intended to be on-street supplemented by structured parking. Staff finds the proposed parking conditions to meet the parking requirements using street and garage parking to supplement shared parking. The proposal is in compliance with the PD and parking guidelines for shared street and garage parking in downtown. Staff also finds that the proposed 12 bicycle parking spaces adequately meets the minimum bicycle parking requirement based on 10% of the vehicular parking, which in this case is 77 vehicles. Drainage was compliant, grading compliant. The approved FDP Amendment 1 uses wood mulch in various locations, which is not a currently recommended mulch to use widespread in town due to its wasteful and potential hazardous characteristics. The FDP Amendment 3 proposes to use rock mulch, which has been expressly preferred by town staff. Irrigation was compliant. And then as previously mentioned, the approved FDP Amendment 1 shows 3 buildings, whereas the proposed architectural site plan shows 2 buildings and a patio flex space, so there's that change. However, the patio flex space is intended to act as a future development site as the other 2 sites mature, thus potentially adding another building to reach the intended 3 buildings of the approved FDP. So to summarize, the exception requests increased square footage of commercial restaurant space for Block 7 while not increasing the total commercial space on Block 7. Request an exception for setback frontage, pedestrian promenade, and Main Street to not have the 50% on the build to line. 3, allow 3rd building to be built at a future date under a separate FDP amendment. So if someone was to come with another development, it would have to go through the same process for that 3rd site. and then the improvement from wood mulch to rock mulch and planting beds. Planning Commission approved the FDP Amendment Number 3, 6 yeses to 0 nos on April 21st, 2026. Should Town Council wish to approve the resolution for Final Development Plan 9, Amendment 3, Block 7 Food Hall and Pizza Parlor, the following conditions are recommended. The applicant shall make minor technical corrections as identified by town staff. And some of those minor technical corrections are on the utility connection plan, the fire plan, the landscape plan, and then just throughout just other minor, small technical minor things that just need tweaking. And that is it. Any questions? And also the applicant has their presentation as well if you want to ask questions and then do that as well.
All right, thank you, Alex. Any questions for staff right now?
I do have one question, Alex. With the square footage that's not going to be developed, of 45 or 4,600 approximately, will that continue to be owned by the applicant, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these properties are owned by one.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just a very quick question. And Alex, welcome. I think this is the first time I've seen you in front of the board, so.
Thank you.
Hope we don't kill you. Could you go back a couple slides to the exception request? I understand everything with the exception of, the number 2, the request exception, pedestrian. I'm struggling to follow that in terms of what that means with the schematics.
Okay. Let me use this to show. So this little space right here is supposed to be a fenced in area to be able to serve food and alcohol and all of that kind of right off the bat. And so the build to line and the initial intention kind of going off of this right here, the building was supposed to go to the property line.
Okay.
And so here they're setting it back in order to be able to fill that space with the patio space.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
And
Appreciate
then
it.
similar as well, just that kind of weird.
Providing that little buffer.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for staff?
One additional question. Whenever there's a new commercial building going up in town, we usually get a lot of questions about what is getting built. And with the Alta Flatirons, I know that the town had reached out to the developer, and the developer agreed to put up basically a bunch of 4x8 plywood with a map or a rendering of what the final project is going to look like. Have we asked, or can we ask the applicant to put something up similar so that when people are walking by on Main Street or people are using the sports stable, they understand what's getting constructed and what it's going to look like when it's all done?
Yeah, I think that's something that we can have a conversation about for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for staff at this point? Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Welcome. Let's hear from the applicant.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Rylan Reed. I'm one of the owners of JBR Superior Holdings. My partner, Matt Bodenchuk, is here with me, and Dr. Sheen couldn't be here this evening. He's my partner at Impact Sports Performance and Cornerstone Orthopedics. We're excited to bring to you this development opportunity of a food hall and pizzeria to downtown Superior. Our fourth partner that's with us tonight, Mark Shaker. He's done the food hall several times, a couple times locally here in Colorado. He's done Stanley Marketplace, which is in Aurora, the Golden Mill, which is located in Golden, and then he's done a couple other ones out of state. Malcolm Yards, I believe, is in Minneapolis. So we feel like we found the right guy who's got a lot of experience and can bring breathe some life into downtown Superior. The first concept that we're looking to develop is a food hall. which will be on, I believe, lot 5, which is the larger lot. They've changed a couple times since since we've started this. And essentially, it's about 10,000 square feet. It's we tried to center the attention and the focus to downtown and the amphitheater and the turf field. There's obviously great views and a good setting, but I think just with the parking garage and some of the amenities around us, our focus was less on the scenic views, but more on the downtown and focusing on the density that we could potentially bring in the amphitheater and the farmers markets and the events that we could put downtown. And so, yeah, the food hall, it's going to be 2 stories. The plan is to have 4 concepts inside. Mark will talk a little bit more in detail about what those concepts are and what he's had success with in the past. Each side will be flanked with a tap wall. This is another thing that Mark has kind of pioneered and can talk about, but essentially it's a place where we don't have bartenders, but you go and we have lots of different taps, mixed drinks, and you basically pay per ounce, pour yourself your drink, and then you'll obviously grab your food at the front counter from the different concepts that we have. We'll flank both sides with some seating. This side over here, we want to cater a little bit to the families and have more of your tabletops and your high tops that will focus on kids and families. And then this side, a little bit bigger tables. Mark calls it German style, where you have more of the beer tavern style, and you could have bigger events or larger groups. Hockey team could come in from the sports stable type of thing. And then all the back of house is back here. Lots of things are shared, storage, trash receptacles, things like that. We try to be efficient and design these so that the groups are using as many common areas as they can. It'll have a second floor, small square footage of enclosed space. We'll have another tap wall up there. So this can be rented out, could have, private groups and private events. And then we'll flow out onto about a 2,500 square foot patio. The patio will face the green. We'll try to, keep the acoustics and the activity to the front of the building where all the activity is. But and we envision people being up there during concerts, during farmers markets, being able to have a good view, still being able to interact with the music and the things that are going down on the floor there. But these are just some cross-section views of it. I have some better color pictures down the way here. But so should have some high vaulted ceilings during the in the eating areas. And then, really focused on, driving the volume to the center of the building and, making our ordering process as easy and as efficient as possible. This is the back of the building, some opportunities for some art. This will face the apartments in the parking lot where we'll have, our trash and hopefully we'll do a lot of our deliveries and things back here. Here's a little color to it. This is the main lobby. We'll have big, open windows and doors that will go out to the amphitheater, try to make it feel as open and as possible. There's a shot of the pour wall on either side, a little bit of some tabletop seating. This is the view on the other side of the building with the longer tables, pour wall on the other side as well. A shot from the green. On the amphitheater side, just looking up on the patios. I don't think we're 100% sold on the outside of the building looking exactly like this. I think it's a little bit more detailed in the FDP, but we tried to be as accommodating to the buildings around us and the sports stable and blend in as much as we could, but also keep it aesthetically pleasing to the eye. And then the third lot will be the pizza parlor. The thought with this one, on the food hall, It's going to be a lot of self-serve. It's going to be a lot of, there's not bartenders, there's not servers. And so we wanted to create a different experience at the pizza place where you would have more of a traditional restaurant. You'd have a server. The square footage is going to be a lot smaller, but we wanted the service to be high. So it didn't really matter what reason you were going down to eat, whether it was we wanted choices and options and I have my family, or I have a business meeting or an anniversary and I want to have a date. Didn't matter. You could come downtown and you could find what you needed. So this will have a little bit more intimate experience. We'll have some staff. Like I said, it's only about 2,500 square feet. I think we can only get about 50, 60 people inside, but should have a huge patio. It'll really talk to the splash pad. And then that's why we're really adamant on the flex space, at least initially, the first 3, 5, 6 years, let it mature, try to take advantage of the Colorado days and the patio scene as much as we can. And then, I think we all will like the ability to adapt later, listen to the community, see what comes. And then, I've already got some partnership opportunities of people reaching out, but we'll try to make a good decision and put something in there that's complementary and that, really hopefully moves the needle for the whole downtown area. But this will have just a small back of house. We want to try to feature the oven and the bar. It's kind of nice to see the pizzas going in and out type of thing. Big patio off the back. This is west facing, so we'll have a big sunshade on it, and really, again, try to take advantage of, some of the outdoor seating. I see this in the wintertime, potentially us doing a lot of deliveries, maybe in a 1-2 mile radius. I mean, there's a lot of density in downtown Superior, so being able to, reach someone's townhome, a living room, and that being, part of our dining room for serving food type of thing. And so we'll have another opportunity to do some sort of mural where we're not stuck on the pepperoni pizza look. And the name, obviously, we like the hub, and we're hub and spoke maybe for the pizza parlor. So we're going to engage a PR firm, but we're throwing around some initial ideas like that. We know the Superior marketplace is taken and frowned upon. So yeah, just some more color to some of the outdoor renderings inside, a little bit more of a modern look. Again, a traditional bar, and some seating around to, kind of see the food being prepared. But, we see this being a complement to the food hall. When you build the pizza kitchens, it's a very, very specific oven. So if we were to put this oven in the food hall, we could only do pizza. So we want to keep those 4 open. They could really be lots of different things. I think we know what 2 of them are going to be, and the other 2 can kind of be rotating. And then this 4th one will always have pizza, really good apps, and then, some of our higher end drinks and cocktails, things like that you wouldn't, pour out of a tap. It's kind of the last picture, engaging the splash pad, and hopefully it's a good spot for parents to, relax and have a safe spot for their kids where they can keep an eye on them, but they don't have to be, in their table and and they can have a decent meal and a decent conversation and, open space, Boulder, Louisville, even Superior. It's really tough to come by. And I think the unique thing we have with the way downtown is set up, if we can put in some really good food and have these open spaces where kids, it's not formalized, it's, everything at the sports stable costs money, or it's a league where we can just have open play, fun, yard games, where community can come together. Yes, we'll have big events and things will be organized, but it's the unorganized stuff. It's the recess time that I think will bring, the nostalgia to this area. And hopefully that's what the residents want and need, and we can deliver. I'll turn over to Mark and see if you have any other details you want to go through on some of the food stuff that I'm not the best at.
No, I'll just share a few things. Thank you for allowing us the time. We've been working on this for a couple of years, so it's not like something that we just pulled together the last few months. And I'm a social worker by training, And so when I look at projects, I spend a lot of time in there and I say, how can we create something? You know, I always ask the question to all the stakeholders, how can this project be valuable to you? And so in talking to Ryland and Matt and city staff's been great and Carmel's been great, is looking at a way that we can kind of activate that central area that really supports all the existing businesses on Main Street and all the apartments around there and just be an additive to the area. So when we think about food, one of the things we think about is, you know, we're not looking to duplicate anything that's already that's already operating down there. We have partner chefs, so we have a whole bunch of different options, but we want to be something that the community gravitates towards and says, I want to come down here, and once I'm there, I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do around there. So we're team players. You know, we've spent a lot of time, my group, thinking about communities we want to be in, and Superior is a community we really want to be in. And I think we can bring some value add to the neighborhood, and I think if we execute this, it will be something that the town can be proud of, and I think it'll be fun. And so we're very collaborative, so we welcome anyone around here that wants to work with us and say, here's my idea, or how can we work together? But this is something that, you know, it's a passion project for me and for our group. And, you know, I speak at a high level, Ryland talks technically. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Ryland, Mark, and Matt for bringing this proposal, and Dr. Sheen as well. I'll turn it over to council for questions.
First of all, I cannot tell you how excited I am that this is actually coming before council tonight. I live in downtown, and so many of my neighbors are, I think, elated would be a great word to describe how they're feeling about this. So thank you for bringing this forward. Love it. I think this is exactly what downtown's going to need to kind of get jump-started. And it's going to continue to support the other businesses that are already on Main Street. So I think this is going to be a wonderful complement. I have two questions. One is sort of a practical question. On the pour wall, since you're not going to have a bartender, how do you prevent underage consumption?
I got that. It's a good question. So all my projects just have pour walls and they don't have bars. And so I'll tell you how we do that. So when you check in, it's sort of like, think of like a Dave & Buster's. You check in, you show your ID, and you get a card. And you can use that card and you tap it at the pour wall. Okay. If you are underage, you'll get a wristband and you get a different colored card.
Okay.
But the other thing to point out is that we have a governor on these card systems, because the first time I presented that to my insurance agent, they're like, what are you doing here? I'm like, no, we have a governor on here. So there's only a certain amount of ounces on that card before it says, a little sign comes up and says, you are beautiful. Go see a manager. And then the manager has to see you. And if the manager is comfortable with you, then the manager will re-up your card. So we have all kinds of governors. Our insurance companies are, and we've had no issues with that whatsoever. But
great.
It's a very good question.
Yeah, thank you. And then the second question I have is, the town of Superior has a sustainability action plan that is outlined a number of actions to reduce carbon emissions by 2050. And I was curious to understand what sustainability concepts you're looking to incorporate into and build into your project.
But our current plan has a solar panel pad on top of on our rooftop as of right now. So one of the big things that I've learned from my construction is to, whenever you're like ripping things up, just make sure that you're not just throwing it into dumpsters. So we try to reuse and recycle as much as possible. We'll have more. Right now our current plan has 12. I'm kind of diverging, but 12 bicycle spots. We'll have more than that. So we will have a composting plan, we'll have a recycling plan. Sustainability is very important to us. And so we will make all the attempts necessary to make sure that's something that you're comfortable with.
You're not going to have a hard time tonight with this, I don't think. We've been wanting something like this in downtown for a very long time, and I think this is going to energize and really engage Main Street. In conversations I've had with several business owners, they're very, very excited about this. A couple of things, you talk about the architecture of the building. I think it's fine. I wouldn't worry about, the massing's good, the color scheme is good, the usage is really going to become the main point of entry, and people aren't really going to be thinking about it beyond that from a material standpoint. I did want to say, last time you guys came here, I did make sure I made the point that there is a brew pub that we have called Bambi Brewing, and they've been here for a while, and they've been one of the first people to invest in our town at a time when it was very nebulous to do so. You've got a beer wall. He's got a big following, Sean Bambi, of residents that live in the downtown area. I just want to make sure that they're not coming to Bambi and they're getting intercepted here. And one of the comments I made last time, if you guys recall, was I'd like to see some of Sean's brews on the beer wall. Have you had a chance to have a conversation with him at all?
I have not, but I've been there multiple times in the last couple of weeks. I will say this. I'll use, I own, within Stanley Marketplace, I own a place, Stanley Beer Hall, that has the tap system wall. Literally, my next door neighbor is Chaluna, which is a brewery right there. And since they moved in there 10 years ago, they are guaranteed 3 tap handles. So they have that. Across the street from me is a place called Second Dawn Brewery. They have 3 tap handles. So I believe in collaboration. So Bambi will have guaranteed tap handles on our spot. So I also believe in critical mass. Like, we need to have more and more places. It can't be like one-off places here and there. You need to have a critical mass. So I promise you I'll engage with them, but I also promise you that they will have a guaranteed amount of handles that they can have on the tap wall promoting their spots, which are right, 2 blocks away.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, the existing businesses are still going to be, getting along well with everybody else, and they're going to be looked after. But I'm really excited about this project. Like Mike, Mike and I both have property in downtown, and we definitely want to see something that's going to attract a lot of people, get a lot of sales revenue, get our tax base going. So I'm definitely excited about this project. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant?
First of all, beyond thrilled to have you here tonight. I've been chomping at the bit to hear you present, and been telling everybody I know that this is coming, so thank you for presenting tonight. One question I had, and it's on the Poor Wall, so it's a very popular topic tonight. So I know in the presentation it talks about beer taps, and I'm thrilled to hear that you're partnering with local businesses on that too, so thank you for that. For non-beer enthusiasts, I know I heard you say there might be some mixed drinks or maybe some wine. Are there other options besides beer?
I got to start calling it the beverage wall and not the beer wall. So I'll give you another example at Stanley Beer Hall. So Stanley Beer Hall, we have 50 handles there. I have 30 beer taps there. I have 10 wine taps there. I have 7 mixed cocktails there. And then I have 3 mocktails there as well. And then 2 waters. So it's not like, I got to stop saying beer wall because it makes it sound like it's just like a bro beer tavern. It's not. There's all kinds of we have curated cocktails that are made. We have mocktails that are made. And then we have 10 different wine taps. It'll be the same thing here.
So as if I could be any more excited about this. Thank you. That's incredible. And then to Jason's point, we have Bigsby's Folly that's going to be coming. So I would encourage you to engage with Chad to maybe get some handles with Bigsby's. And then also because you're engaging with local businesses, which I am thrilled to hear. Luckily for you, Renee Alanese with the Superior Chamber is here tonight. So I would encourage you to connect with her. She's going to be a great resource, and the Chamber as a whole is going to be a resource on how to connect with those businesses and really look at strategic partnerships. So, but thank you for bringing this to us and all the hard work and thought that's gone into it. It's obviously something that you guys have, it's to your point, not something that was willy-nilly, and really, really appreciate the strategic thought that's gone into it. So thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant?
I just want to say thanks. We don't always get enthusiastic emails. And there has been not a one email about this where people weren't like, please do this, please. So just thank you. It's already starting a community, it's having an impact before you've even broken ground. So thanks.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump on the bandwagon. This one's easy, but really the next question then becomes what can the town help? What can the town do to help you be successful? You already heard about the chamber, and everybody who's ever done anything in this town speaks very highly of our staff. But don't hesitate to ask for things, if you hit roadblocks or anything. We're not Boulder. We do things quicker. So, whatever you need, just let us know. We'll make it happen.
Appreciate that. Couple questions, just in terms of phasing the construction schedule. So assuming that you get the approval tonight, when do you think you're going to be starting construction? When would you be open for business?
Well, the official closing on property is Friday, which will then start all the construction drawings. So the construction drawings, we think, will take 4 to 6 months. And then once we're good, and the city's been great with us, so platitudes to everyone in the city. We think it's a 7 to 8 month build. So, I mean, that's our target.
Summer, fall.
Yeah, that's our target. We're gonna go as fast as we can.
Yeah.
We're excited to get going.
Gotcha. And then just since we're talking about the beer wall, the beverage wall, the non-alcoholic beer market is the largest growing market in beer. So my request is an NA beer or two.
All my places have multiple NA beers.
Yeah.
So you're welcome.
Fantastic.
We'll be there.
All right. Any additional questions for the applicant at this point? I'll open it up for public comment. Thank you for bringing this forward and for the presentation. Anybody here in the room like to give public comment? All right. Come on down. Harris, you got your hand up first.
I'll jump on the bandwagon as well. Harris with Karma Partners. Very excited to be here tonight with these guys. I think we started talking to Rylan and team maybe 2 years ago. So it's only disappointment is that this didn't happen any sooner, but I'm not a resident here, but I know I have, been to Mark's Concepts at Stanley Marketplace and Golden Mill with my family, and I'll be excited for future trips to Superior, and I'll make that trip, no doubt. So looking forward to having a beer in a year and a half, hopefully sooner, on the rooftop. And just Carmel's really excited about the concept, and we believe and this will just accelerate leasing velocity and momentum downtown. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks for your comments. Samuel?
Hello. I'd like to learn a little bit more about how the vendors are selected and the ones, how they rotate out. How is that determined?
All right. Well, we don't do Q&A, but we'll take your public comment, and then the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to all the questions that are raised. Yeah. But you can come down and respond now, too. That's fine.
Well, generally speaking, our design is for 4 concepts. They're license agreements, so they're not leases, they're license agreements. And generally speaking, they're for between 1 to 2 years with renewal options. And so there's a number of people who've reached out to us already. We're open to anyone who's interested in having that conversation. We haven't signed any agreements because we haven't thrown a hammer yet or dug a shovel. But we look for diverse concepts that are not competing with places that are right across the street. We have no interest in competing with things that are right across the street. They'll be complementary. And so, I mean, ultimately, I guess the ownership decides, but we're open to anything that we think would be sustainable and would suit the interests of the city of Superior.
And Rylan, I think Rylan mentioned that you had 1 or 2 that were.
Well, I think what Rylan's meaning is 1 or 2 that I don't own. I own a couple. So the Golden Mill, 3 of the 4 concepts there I own. 2 of them likely will come over here, but generally the rotating is complicated because you got to turn out kitchens now. So we usually just do short-term license agreements for like a year or so. So they're ones that are undetermined, not necessarily rotating. It's ones that'll be there for a year or maybe 2. And we like taking, all right, now I'm gonna get on a soapbox. All right, so what we have
This
found.
is your night. This is fine.
What we have found is that, like, and I've done this multiple times, is if you bring in like really well-known famous folks that have a concept, On opening night, they're juggling knives and everyone loves them. And then you don't see them again because they have 6 other concepts that they're focusing their attention on, and you're dealing with a lower level manager. What we prefer are those that are like sous chefs or people who have great concepts that are gonna be there grinding every single day that you are dealing with. We'd like to create a launching pad for those that have great concepts, great ideas, and say, "Hey, here's your launching pad, go here. If this works, then go find your own spot." So, longer answer probably than yours.
That was great.
That's our philosophy.
Very exciting. All right, any additional public comment here in the boardroom? All right, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom? We've got Andre's iPhone. If you could just identify your first and last name and the town in which you reside, you're recognized for public comment.
Yes, my name is Andrew Thamides. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I have a question, which is effectively, I didn't hear anybody ask any questions around how delaying the third parcel's development could impact anything. And my second kind of curiosity is if there's any impact to the expected tax revenue based on leasing versus licensing, according to the original development plan.
All right. Thank you for your comments. All right, anybody else on Zoom like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. Invite the applicant back up if there's anything else that you'd like to add. You don't have to, that's fine. All right, any additional questions from council? All right, public hearing is closed and we're on to discussion.
It's kind of exciting. This is the last 3 blocks for all of STC. Granted, everything has an approved FDP, not everything is broken ground, but this is the last set of FDPs. So huge milestone.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I just have a concern about the amount of pizza that's going to get in that fountain. At no fault of the developers, but someone should probably think about that. It's going to happen. Leslie. It's going to be great, but it's going to be in there.
Yeah.
Someone refresh my memory. Did we ever have a discussion about alcohol in the quad? Not just in.
We changed it to the
Entertainment district.
Well, we haven't approved that
We
yet,
haven't,
but
yeah.
we talked about it, and where we left that conversation was under Colorado law, the enterprise or the entertainment district needs to have 2
Businesses.
approved liquor licenses, which were contiguous to the district. So, currently we don't have 2.
Yeah.
But assuming you're interested, right? Like the sports table could be 1. This would be 1, at least 1, and then that would be something that would then be possible.
Yeah. That's something I definitely would be interested in looking at once we get more established with more businesses. But I think this is a fantastic idea going forward. I'm absolutely in favor of it.
Others?
What I love to describe to community members that ask about this, or someone I talked to this past weekend who had, for their first time ever, attended a sporting event for their granddaughter at the sports stable, just how this community supports itself. And when I described the fact that our Rylan, you and Dr. Sheen and your whole team were one of the first to invest in downtown Superior with medical building, to say that you've come back and brought a concept like this, you know us, you can see what is needed, and your thought in bringing in the partners you have is intentional, and we really, really appreciate it. I think you need to use this recess time to your advantage. I think that's a marketing piece you need to use, because to me it sounds, sign me up, I'm there. It's just something that I think is needed. The timing is quite exciting, I think, as you can hear from everyone in the community, and looking forward to the milestones and when we get to break ground. So let us know.
Anybody else?
I didn't know that it was possible for me to be more excited about this concept. After hearing your presentation and the beverage wall and the partnership with our local businesses, I am absolutely elated. So thank you again for bringing it, and I'm very supportive.
Okay. Anyone else?
I can't wait.
I'll just say, as somebody who has supported Cornerstone Orthopedics a lot with my ACL, MCL, meniscus surgeries, I'm really looking forward to pivoting in my economic support for businesses downtown and supporting more of the food and beverage option there. So Dr. Sheen will be getting a piece of the action no matter what, but at least this will be better for me than for him. But no, I'm really thrilled with this. As everybody said, this is, I think, a critical piece of the puzzle in terms of just filling in downtown, activating it, and just offering something that all the residents have been looking forward to. I think that this is just going to be a really great community destination. And, you know, it's already feeling great, and this is just going to make it feel that much better and really just kind of tie the whole thing together in a way that is going to feel like it was designed to be this way. So I think it's going to be incredibly successful, and I'm really excited for it to come. So thank you for believing in Superior and believing in downtown Superior and believing in this concept. And we're really excited to see it come to fruition. And with that, I'll entertain a motion for...
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-36, Series 2026, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior approving a final development plan for lots 3, 4, and 5 of Block 7, Superior Town Center, case number FDP 2026-01.
Second.
And one just minor clarification with the staff-directed minor technical corrections.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a motion from Councilmember Foster and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. And let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Foster,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Councilmember Cowish,
Yes.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu.
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. Congratulations, and get to work. We're looking forward to it, you know. All right, and unless there's anything further, we are adjourned at 9:55.